Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. The manhunt continues for Charlie Kirk's killer as a Conservative activist is shot during a university appearance. Peter Mandelson, the UK's ambassador to the United States, is sacked over his links to Jeffrey Epstein. And the UK announces it's producing advanced drones to help Ukraine defend itself from Russian airstrikes. Now, a manhunt continues for the person responsible for the fatal shooting of right political activist and Trump ally Charlie Kirk. The 31-year-old was appearing at a university in Utah when a gunman opened fire. Officials believe the shot came from a rooftop. President Trump said he's filled with grief and anger at the heinous assassination, calling it a dark moment for America. Earlier today, during a 9/11 memorial in Virginia, Trump announced he was awarding Kirk with the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Take a listen.
Charlie was a giant of his generation, a champion of liberty, and an inspiration to millions and millions of people. Our prayers are with his wonderful wife, Eric, and his beautiful children. Fantastic people they are. We miss him greatly, yet I have no doubt that Charlie's voice and the courage he put into the hearts of countless people, especially young people, will live on. I'm pleased to announce that I will soon be awarding Charlie Kirk posthumously the Presidential Medal of Freedom. The date of the ceremony will be announced, and I can only guarantee you one thing, that we will have a very big crowd, very, very big.
Let's get the latest from Washington with our correspondent, Sarah Firth. Sarah, thank you so much for joining us. Just before we came on the show, the FBI have now released an image of the person of interest. What else do we know about their investigation so far?
Yes, Leigh Ann, that manhunt's still very much ongoing. And just in the last 10 minutes or so, as you said, authorities releasing this image of what they say is a person of interest in the killing of Charlie Kirk in this shooting incident in Utah. You can see from the number of images, the man's wearing glasses. He's got a dark T-shirt on with a sort of logo on the front. And they're appealing really for anyone with information or who might recognize this person to get in touch. And actually, the Utah Department of Public Safety released a statement along with the images. They said, "We're seeking the public's help in identifying this person of interest in connection with the fatal shooting." Now, interestingly, Leigh Ann, a little earlier on in the morning, we had that press conference from the FBI and local authorities there in Utah. Now, they said at the time that they did have video footage and images of a suspect, of someone that was of interest in connection with the shooting, but they weren't going to release the images just yet. They said because they were going to be trying to use facial recognition technology. It seems that in the last little while there has been that development where they now have put out those images publicly and are calling for the public to help. They've also said in the investigation there's been some pretty major developments overnight, that they think they have recovered the weapon, that is a high-powered bolt-action rifle, and that they've been tracing the movements of a suspect from when he arrived on the campus up on the roof where it's thought the shot was fired from. We heard FBI saying they'd taken a palm print impression, a forearm impression, shoe impressions. All of that is going to be worked as part of this investigation right now to really try and close the net around the suspect and take him into custody.
And Sarah, we just heard from the President, Donald Trump, before. I felt he looked quite emotional today. Charlie Kirk was known to him and his family. So this makes it really personal, doesn't it?
It is personal. It's not just political for President Trump and indeed his administration. Leigh Ann, many people in his administration, in the White House, here in Washington, D.C. and across the country knew Charlie Kirk personally. We've seen that reflected. You're right, in the statements from President Trump, he was the one who announced that Charlie Kirk had died. He has been speaking in very raw, stark, emotional terms. He described this as a dark moment for America. He said there he started his speech at that 9/11 memorial service saying that he will be awarding Charlie Kirk with the Presidential Award of Freedom. Some of the other people who have been awarded that in the past, Rosa Parks, Martin Luther King Jr., more recently Hillary Clinton. So that's the kind of company that Charlie Kirk is going to be keeping in that posthumous award from the president. It's a major announcement. But also, you know, we've been hearing from those within President Trump's inner circle, his son, the likes of White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. People have been sharing stories, not just of Charlie Kirk as this conservative activist figure who was well known across the country, but also as a friend, as a colleague. People knew him, and so this has really sent shockwaves across the country, but right here into the Capitol in Washington, D.C.
And Sarah, given Charlie Kirk's prominence as a conservative figure, is this sparking a wider debate now in the US about political violence and also gun control?
It is, Leigh Ann, and the conversation is very difficult because this isn't just a question of gun control, the usual debate that's had around school shootings and the like here in America. America's real struggle to grapple with their problem when it comes to gun violence. This has the added element of also being a politically motivated act, we're told, by authorities. The Utah governor came out with very unambiguous language. He called this a political assassination. We've heard President Trump tie this incident, the killing of Charlie Kirk on the college campus, to his assassination attempt last year in Butler, Pennsylvania. There have been other incidents as well of political violence where there's a real sense here in America right now that this is a dangerous moment for the country and that there has been an uptick in this type of political violence. And, you know, America is known, they hold very proudly, Americans, their defense of the freedom of speech. And there's a feeling that that is under threat here now because Charlie Kirk, you know, this very prominent activist, very divisive with his views, but he was someone who was partaking in the public discourse. He was very prominent. He was on college campus to discuss his political ideas. And so the sense now that that kind of activity is coming with a very serious risk. And so a big question as to exactly what happens moving forward. We've had a hint from the president. He has promised to find everyone involved in any way in this. And he's also promised a crackdown on this type of political violence. But of course, Leigh Ann, the question is what exactly that will involve moving forward. What action will be taken to match those words?
Sarah Firth in Washington, thank you so much for joining us. We're now joined by a friend of Charlie Kirk, Colonel Rob Manus. Rob, thank you so much for joining us. First of all, I know Charlie Kirk was a personal friend of yours. His charisma gained him this huge following. But what kind of man was he behind the scenes?
Well, thanks for having me on. Look, the kind of man he was what he displayed, and that is his Christian faith. I met him early on. I think he was still in his late teens, right after he started Turning Point USA, when I entered the political arena about the same time and ran for the U.S. Senate. And what most impressed me as Charlie grew up, essentially in that political arena, is the growth in his Christian faith. His growth as a father and a husband and a family man. And that is what he led with. And that is one of the things that makes this such a tragedy, is that the one man that insisted on free speech and civil debate and inviting those who opposed his views to debate with him on college campuses, that one man is being accused of being divisive for advocating for American ideas and family ideas and his Christian faith, when it's the division of the left in the United States of America and all around this country that is causing this violence. It is not the right. It is not the Charlie Kirk followers. Last night, in the tens of thousands all across this country, young people weren't out burning like the other side likes to do or trying to hurt or kill people to display their anger. They went to memorial services and prayed in churches, at parking lots all around this country. And that's the difference. That's what makes that's the Charlie Kirk that I knew when I was in my, I'm 32 years older than him, so I'm not his peer. But from a political perspective in that arena, we are peers because we started at about the same time. And that's what's most impressive. He leads with his faith. He means what he says. He tells the truth. He respectfully invites debate from the opposition. And he has persuaded tens of thousands of young men and women in this country that the ideas of America and his Christian faith are the winning ideas and the right ideas for us to move forward as a civil society instead of one that descends into the anarchy that the left is trying to get us to do. And that's what part of this assassination, this political assassination, is all about. And I think that you will be impressed with what Charlie Kirk supporters do. Exactly what I said. They're praying, they're going to remember him, and they're going to continue his mission every single day.
And what you've just explained to me is Charlie Kirk wasn't just influential in the US. He was influential globally, and especially for many young people. We do have to remember that he brought his politics and his debate to the world, and he wanted the freedom of speech. So to many people, he was an absolute icon. But you did mention that there. He was also divisive. He was a divisive figure. And why was he so divisive?
No, let me correct you on that. I said he is not divisive and his ideas are not divisive. It's the other side and the mainstream media that tries to say he's the divisive one when it's their ideas and the left's ideas that are attempting to divide this country. And even this assassination is the furthest attempt you can go as a human being to try to divide this country and create anarchy, chaos, and violence across a society. Charlie Kirk is the one that's sane, in the middle, inviting debate, inviting his opposing views to be persuaded in a civil, respectful debate. You never saw him get angry with somebody that opposed him. You always saw him be respectful and civil. And he did it not only, I'm glad you mentioned around the world. He's been to the Oxford Union. His last trip was in South Korea because South Korea is under attack by the left. And they're trying to take over that society there too. And he is an internationally known, a great American figure that leads with his Christian faith and the ideas of America that fight tyranny. And that tyranny is what the other side wants to use. And just like you tried to do just now, to say he's the divisive one, no, they're the divisive ones. And we are going to continue his mission, and we're going to win because the American idea of freedom, of prosperity, freedom of speech is the opposition to what the other side is pushing, is tyranny, oppression, and violence.
So, Rob, we're talking about the violence and the tyranny that you say is trying to be pushed by the left. How concerned are you that the assassination of Charlie Kirk will lead to increased violence and drive further division in America?
It won't lead to increased violence from those that support Charlie Kirk and those that love America. It's only going to lead, as it has already done, lead to violence from the left. And as we find out more about this operation that killed Charlie Kirk and those people that are involved, it's already starting to look like it was coming from the left, the anti-fascist, anti-Antifa, transgenderist, terrorist movement that's been building in this country, all from the left. So I don't expect that any violence is going to increase on our part, but it will increase on the left's part because they're going to continue to try to divide this country and create violence and death and chaos. And that is not America. That is the wrong view. The right view is to continue down the path of civil, respectful debate, which is what Charlie Kirk stood for. When I met him, I was impressed because he would go to college campuses and talk to people that had opposing views and let them air their views. That is the core of free speech, the core idea of freedom in America. That's what he died doing. And it was the left that created the violence that killed him and that continues to try to divide this country. Well, we Americans, we're not going to let that happen. And we're not going to let more gun control happen. We're not going to let solutions happen that don't work. And that solution doesn't work. Just look at the United Kingdom right now. They gave up their guns. Their entire country is in chaos, anarchy, and violence, and the British are losing their nation.
And you have served in the US Army. Is it accurate to assume the shot fired at Charlie last night was done by a professional? And will the person responsible be caught?
I served in the United States Air Force, and I had under my command the only sniper team in the United States Air Force at the time when I was a wing commander. So it looks like there may be some professional training involved, but it's really hard to tell and too early to tell at this point. I understand from the FBI reporting that they think they have recovered the firearm, which was a high-powered bolt-action rifle, which is the type of rifle that someone that's trained to be a sniper would like to use because it's more stable, more accurate than a semi-automatic rifle from the training that I've seen given to sniper teams. But we're just going to have to wait and see.
Colonel Rob Manus, a friend of Charlie Kirk, I am so sorry for your loss, but thank you so much for joining us and for giving us an insight into the man. Thank you. Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. President Donald Trump had a heated phone call with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu after launching an attack in Qatar. The Wall Street Journal reports Trump told Netanyahu that the decision to strike inside Qatar was not wise. Meanwhile, Qatar's Prime Minister said the strike killed any hope of a hostage release. Funerals for those killed in the strike are being held today. At least 14 people have been killed in Bali in what officials say are the island's worst floods in a decade. Torrential rains triggered severe flooding across most of the island, causing rivers to burst their banks. The provincial government has declared a week-long state of emergency. Spain's parliament has shelved a bill that would have shortened the week by 2.5 hours. Opposition lawmakers argued that small businesses and farmers would incur higher costs from the policy, which would lead to job losses. In spite of a defeat, the Labour minister has vowed to reintroduce reforms that will lower the weekly working hours. And South Africa's highest court has said husbands can now take the surnames of their wives, overturning a law that barred them from doing so. The country's constitutional court ruled that the law amounted to gender-based discrimination. Parliament will now have to amend the Births and Deaths Registration Act in order for the ruling to take effect. The UK will start producing advanced interceptor drones to defend Ukraine against Russian airstrikes. Designed in Ukraine and supported by Britain, the weapons will have the capacity to destroy Moscow's ongoing aerial assaults. Speaking in London today, the UK's Defence Minister John Healey shared more details on this project, the first joint technology agreement between Westminster and Kyiv. And we can now speak to Major General Chip Chapman, former head of counter-terrorism at the MOD and senior British military advisor to US Central Command. Major General Chapman, thank you so much for joining us. Yesterday, we witnessed Poland, a NATO country, intercepted Russian drones which had been fired into its airspace. Is today's announcement from the UK Defence Secretary intended to further protect Britain from a potential attack?
No, I don't think there's any correlation between the two. There might be causation, but essentially this has always been something which is in train to make sure that the airspace of Ukraine is better for the future, not the airspace of Britain. And it's no coincidence, I think, that it was announced at the DSEI, that's the Defence Security and Equipment exhibition, which is being held at London at the moment. So it's a deliverable which the government would always have had on its books, but it bolsters up the Ukrainian air defence. There has always been within the Ramstein format, which is where the support to Ukraine is coordinated, a drone coalition which is actually led by Latvia. So the UK contributes to that. It's coordinated so that the funding and delivery is all in sync. But I think the really interesting thing in terms of the drones for the future is that these use artificial intelligence so they can overcome Russian jamming and things like that, so that they can actually be used in an offensive posture against Russian drones, particularly the Shahed drones. And this is not new. In fact, it's the former CEO of Google has been part of this coalition and is delivering hundreds of thousands under a program called White Stork.
And I think one thing that a lot of analysts have been saying actually throughout this war is just how much the drone technology has improved. And do you think that many people can learn from what Ukraine and the UK are doing right now?
Well, I think that's the million-dollar question, really, that the speed of innovation is the thing that gives you military advantage. And we're always talking about whether the character of war has changed. I think one of the things that has changed is that one of the predominant factors in success in 20th century land operations was control of the air. And what we've actually seen is a democratization of the control of the air, where a infantry section of, say, 8 men now have an ability to see and reach over the hill in an offensive posture. And that is something that they've not been able to do before. So it's that democratization which is really interesting for the future. And it's whether that has really altered the structure of future battle groups and brigades in any army in the world. Is there a role for artillery or mortars or things like anti-tank guided weapons in the future? The jury's still out on that, of course, because every war has a development, counter-development, i.e. where does electronic warfare come into this? Does laser technology in the future mean that you can knock out drone swarms just with radio frequencies, for example, which is one of the technologies the British are always also developing at the moment. So it's not a given at the moment that drones are the way to go in the middle future. Obviously, it's the way it's going and playing out at the moment, because it's very difficult for Russia and for Ukraine to overcome the killing zone. So essentially, you've got 10 or 20 kilometers of territory which you just can't get over because of the surveillance and destructive power of the drones that are on the battlefield at the moment.
And around 300 British troops are already stationed in Poland, which sits, of course, on the border with Ukraine. Could we see boots on the ground in Kyiv anytime soon if Putin continues to test the West? Because many people are saying that that was a test to NATO.
Well, I think it was a test to NATO in terms of what are red lines, but I don't think it's a test in terms of military operations, in terms of kinetic stuff, and neither do I think we're anywhere near World War III. What it's ultimately a test of is the will of NATO as an alliance. Can it function as a collective organisation? Now, the British element in Poland is under a thing called Operation Kabryt, that actually was a result of the initial Russian invasion in 2014, where at the Warsaw Summit in 2016, NATO went to a posture of enhanced forward presence. That's why there are multinational battle groups in Poland and the 3 Baltic countries. In terms of can we see British boots on the ground in the near future, the answer to that is it depends on the sequencing. So it's whether the sequencing means you're going to see them after a ceasefire, peace agreement, or a peace treaty, and we don't know any of the detail that might happen. And indeed, because the Russians have rowed back from this, from the thing that Witkoff said that Putin had given an Article 5-like security guarantee, which he's now said he didn't, we don't seem to be any closer to peace, and indeed there seem to be more potholes than a pathway to peace at the moment.
And just whilst I actually have you, just quickly, if you can, we have spoken about President Donald Trump's upcoming state visit to the UK next week. And now, in light of the shooting of Charlie Kirk, could we see security measures being stepped up to accommodate the president during his time in the UK? Because we also know there was an assassination attempt on President Donald Trump previously.
Well, the planning for any visit of this nature goes on really up to a year before, and so the protective security measures are already 100% there. What's interesting about this visit is it's quite a short visit, it's 2 days, and also there's very little public-facing element to it. So, for example, there's no carriage drive with the public, and most of it is contained within the Windsor estate of the Royal Palace there, along with Chequers, where he's meeting the Prime Minister. So the security headaches are lessened by that, and because there's no public facing. But there's never be complacent about these things, and they'll always look if there are any gaps. But I don't think there are, and I don't think there'll be, everything will be tied down already. It would be tied down weeks before.
Major General Chip Chapman, thank you so much for joining us. Brilliant to get your insights. Peter Mandelson, the UK's ambassador to the United States, had been sacked today following allegations over his relationship with sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Questions had been asked about Mandelson's link to the disgraced financier after birthday messages and emails became public earlier this week. Yesterday, the British Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, stood by his man in Washington. But today, Starmer has withdrawn him from his post. Here's how the news broke in Parliament earlier.
Mr. Speaker, in light of additional information in emails written by Peter Mandelson, the Prime Minister has asked the Foreign Secretary to withdraw him as Ambassador to the United States. The emails show, Mr. Speaker, that the depth and extent of Lord Mandelson's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein is materially different from that known at the time of his appointment. In particular, Mr. Speaker, Lord Mandelson's suggestion that Jeffrey Epstein's first conviction was wrongful and should be challenged is new information.
And that was what we just heard about Peter Mandelson in Parliament earlier today. And coming up in the show, we'll be speaking to Rebecca Hudson, Editor-in-Chief of The News Movement. That interview coming up next after the latest business news. Let's take a quick look at it. Shares of Swedish lender Klarna made a strong debut on Wall Street, jumping more than 30% when trading opened and valuing the firm at over $19 billion. The buy now, pay later giant has been a hit with shoppers worldwide, though some worry the model encourages overspending. Merck is pulling the plug on a £1 billion expansion in the UK, saying the government isn't backing the life sciences sector enough. The pharma giant will shift its research to the US, cut jobs in London and vacate major labs. Experts warn the move could push other drug companies to stop investing in Britain too. Oracle said shares surged more than 35% after the software firm projected massive revenue growth based on contracts tied to AI. The stock hike lifted the company's market valuation to around $950 billion US dollars. The surge is expected to boost the wealth of the Oracle chairman, Larry Ellison, who could surpass Elon Musk as the world's richest person. Let's go to all the sports news now, when Mexican boxing superstar Canelo Alvarez is set to defend his undisputed super middleweight crown against American Terence Crawford in Las Vegas this weekend. Alvarez says he's ready to give fans another big victory for Mexico, while Crawford looks to make history as the first man to be the undisputed in 3 weight classes. Let's return to that Mandelson story and go live to London to speak to Rebecca Hudson, Editor-in-Chief of The News Movement. Rebecca, thank you so much for joining us. So it's all about Peter Mandelson making the headlines in the UK today. And Rebecca, what I found so interesting is just 24 hours ago, Keir Starmer gave a full-throated defence of Peter Mandelson. What changed, and so quickly?
Absolutely. I mean, it's what they say, 24 hours is a long time in politics. I mean, we've done a complete reversal in how we feel about Peter Mandelson. So as you say, we had PMQs yesterday in London. Kemi Badenoch, leader of the opposition, absolutely forensic in her cross-examination of Starmer and his appointment and support of our man in Washington, Peter Mandelson. You know, as you say, at the time, Keir Starmer said that the ambassador had his support. He didn't go far enough as saying his full support. And then here we are this morning, an urgent question in London, and the Foreign Office then asked Peter Mandelson to withdraw from the field. You know, I think domestically, this couldn't be happening at a worse time for Keir Starmer, and it throws his judgment, what he knew and when, into huge amounts of disrepute. But it's been an astounding week for Peter Mandelson. You know, firstly, we get the 50th birthday book released by the Epstein estate to the Democrats. We see that Peter Mandelson has left Epstein a 10-page happy birthday message calling him his great pal. We then get the interview with the Sun, with Harry Cole, the editor-at-large, where Peter Mandelson admitted that there were going to be more uncomfortable levels of more uncomfortable details and communications that would come to the fore. And here we are on Thursday morning, and he's out of a job. I mean, it is absolutely astounding. Peter Mandelson, a man who has had 3 comebacks, this was his 4th, and I think probably difficult for him to recover from now.
But, you know, it's so interesting because we obviously saw Keir Starmer really standing by him, and we know that Angela Rayner just a week ago also lost her position. So right now, how embarrassing is this for the Labour Party? Because, as I said, it's not the first high-profile sacking in recent times, and Starmer seems to be going through these top leadership MPs.
Absolutely. So as you say, we had Angela Rayner resigning last week from her role as Deputy Leader of the Labour Party, Deputy Prime Minister and Housing Secretary over the unpaid tax bill. We've had Tulip Siddiq, Roshanara Ali, Louise Haigh. You know, we've had some serious high-ranking Labour officials having to resign within the first year of government. Could not have happened at a worse time for Starmer. As you guys will know, you know, the Reform Party here is topping the polls. Keir Starmer's favourability and that of the Labour government is, you know, the polling is in the floor for them. They came back in September after recess. They had a new plan for renewal. This was the, you know, year 2 of their government. It was all about delivery. And instead, they have been kind of bombarded by bad news and headlines. And I think, as you say, this really does call Keir Starmer's judgment into question. You know, the appointment of Angela Rayner, standing by her, waiting until the Ethics and Standards Commissioner ruled that she'd broken the rules, and then getting rid of her, and then the initial support for Mandelson, and then what we saw this morning. You know, the government is in turmoil, and it's at a time when Starmer really needed to be showing a kind of show of stability and strength as they try and get those poll ratings back to where they need to be.
And I think, Rebecca, we can see that all the parties in the UK have actually condemned the situation that's happening within Labour and Keir Starmer standing by Mandelson and not getting rid of him quick enough. And as you said, Kemi Badenoch, the leader of the Conservative Party, in PMQs yesterday, she really outlined everything and highlighted it and forced an answer out of Starmer, which he didn't give. And the big question now is he the right person to be leading the UK? Because, as you know, Reform are leading in the polls. The Tories have lost lots of support, but Labour, who got a landslide majority, are losing lots of support too.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a really, really valid question. And I'm sure there are a lot of people on those Labour backbenches and maybe even closer to Keir Starmer than he'd like to admit who are thinking the same thing. You know, there's one thing about presenting yourself in this kind of managerial way. We had the campaign, you know, their campaign election, the 2024 campaign was all around kind of restoring integrity, dignity, standards to public office after the 14 years of Conservative rule. They've been in power for just over a year. And they've, you know, you would make the case that, you know, exactly the same level of kind of scandals and wrongdoing have marred the Labour Party. And you think, you know, potentially is Keir Starmer the man to do this? And I think even if he maybe technocratically is a very thorough leader, his ability to communicate with the British public and reassure us that he's the guy for the job, that he is capable of making the right decisions and that the team around him are the right people, I think is definitely up for question. We're going into Labour Party conference in a few weeks in Liverpool. You know, there'll be lots of meetings, lots of, you know, secret coffees and late night drinks where I'm sure there'll be some people plotting, you know, who could be the next leader of the Labour Party and whether that's Starmer or not.
And will the Mandelson-Epstein scandal cast a shadow over President Donald Trump's state visit to the UK, which we know is happening next week? Because obviously we are talking about Epstein still, something Donald Trump's desperate to shut down.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it feels hard to imagine that we won't be talking about this. You know, firstly, this the second state visit from Trump is completely unprecedented. It's historic. It shows how seriously Starmer was taking rebuilding that special relationship with America, you know, building good relationships with Trump. We knew how important it was. He expended a huge amount of political capital in the way that he managed Donald Trump in their early meetings, going to this effort to have the state meeting, because we really need America on side. You know, it's a busy time for NATO. We've got the conflict in the Middle East. We've also got, you know, Russia incurring into Polish airspace with their drone strikes earlier this week. You know, that solid relationship between the UK and the US is really, really important. And we know that the Epstein issue isn't going away for Trump, and it's one that he really doesn't want to acknowledge, and he wants to keep it far away from him. And so this feels like a real mess that couldn't be happening at a worse time for Starmer or for Trump, arguably.
Rebecca Hudson, we'll have to see what happens in the next 24 hours. As you said, it is a long time in politics. Thank you so much for speaking to me, Editor-in-Chief of The News Movement. A reminder of our top stories. The manhunt continues for Charlie Kirk's killer as the activist and influencer is shot during a university appearance. Peter Mandelson, the UK's ambassador to the United States, is sacked over his links to Jeffrey Epstein. And the UK announces it's producing advanced drones to help Ukraine defend itself from Russian airstrikes. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and, of course, follow us on X. And we'll be back in a couple of hours' time with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you for joining us.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
to have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome. I'm Rawia Alami and this is The Dailies, where we take a look at important news stories, reports, analyses and articles published in newspapers and media outlets across the world. Today's show will focus on three key stories: the assassination of the activist Charlie Kirk in the US and the sacking of the British ambassador to the US over the Epstein files, and also the crisis in Nepal. The New York Times dedicated much of its front page to the assassination of conservative activist Charlie Kirk and the shooting that subsequently led to his death. The American Daily delved into the surge in political violence across the country and also the grief following the death and his sudden departure. The social media storm also that followed. Users on X and other forums took wildly opposing views to his death, some appealing to his wife and kids that were left behind, while others advocating that Kirk was practicing his right to the freedom of speech. Also, other users compared Kirk's own opinion on the freedom to own guns, calling him a right-wing extremist influencer whose own rhetoric also led to his downfall. Some other posts drew parallels to the many school shootings that have killed hundreds of children and the rising gun violence in the US, and his advocating for greater freedom to own guns in a personal capacity. The Washington Post editorial commented on the assassination of Kirk, framing his death as a chilling symbol of America's growing assassination culture. Kirk, who warned of rising political violence months before, was shot while speaking at a Utah Valley University. The editorial recalls his prominence as founder of Turning Point USA and argues that targeting individuals for their speech is among the most un-American acts. It notes also bipartisan condemnation from Barack Obama to Gavin Newsom, also while criticizing some leaders for politicizing the tragedy. Beyond the individual case, the piece highlights a disturbing trend of political assassinations and attempted killings in recent years, urging forceful, unified denunciations of violence as essential to preserving democratic norms and free expression. The Wall Street Journal's editorial board also reflected on the killing of Charlie Kirk, describing it as both a personal tragedy and a warning for America. Kirk, a 31-year-old father and also founder of Turning Point USA, was shot while speaking at a Utah Valley University, and the piece highlights his hallmark style of inviting debate on campuses despite hostility, contrasting his commitment to free discourse with the violence that ended his life. The editorial also situates his murder within a disturbing rise in political attacks, from attempts on President Trump to assaults on lawmakers and judges, arguing that society's eroded guardrails and toxic rhetoric have fueled instability. It also urges Trump, as both survivor and ally, to lead in condemning violence and honoring Kirk's democratic spirit. Moving on to our next major story, British envoy Peter Mandelson's firing after being linked to sex offender Jeffrey Epstein took center stage as expected in British media outlets, including The Telegraph. The ordeal has turned into another problem for Prime Minister Keir Starmer. The Premier initially backed Mandelson until more information about his link surfaced, leading to his ousting. The British Daily seems to portray the latest issue as a wider problem facing the Labour Party. However, in its main article, The Telegraph details the dramatic downfall of Lord Peter Mandelson, dismissed as Britain's ambassador to the US after leaked emails revealed his close ties to Jeffrey Epstein. Once defended by Prime Minister Starmer, Mandelson was forced out when evidence showed that he advised Epstein during his 2008 criminal charges, contradicting earlier assurances about their relationship. The Foreign Office confirmed his immediate removal, citing materially different information than known at the time of his appointment. The sacking is coming just after another senior resignation, which deepens questions about Starmer's judgment and Labour's vetting process. And with Trump due in London for a state visit, the scandal has also become a political weapon for opponents, fueling claims that the government is jumping from crisis to crisis. While this has been going on in the UK, the US continued to cover the unfolding story of the Epstein files and birthday book and the possible ties to President Trump. This coverage angered the president, and it seems he's willing to take it to court. A New York Times report details President Trump's latest clash with the press, this time over a sexually suggestive note and drawing linked to Jeffrey Epstein's 2003 birthday. The note released by Congress appears to bear Trump's distinctive signature, but the president and his aides dismiss it as a fabrication. Through his lawyer, Trump demanded a retraction and floated a $10 billion lawsuit against the Times, accusing it of malicious reporting. The newspaper stood by its work, stressing it presented both the evidence and Trump's denial. The piece situates the episode in Trump's broader pattern of threatening lawsuits against media outlets, underscoring his strategy of delegitimizing critical coverage while rallying supporters against the press. We'll go back to the Wall Street Journal, which examines the fallout from Israel's surprise strike on Hamas leaders in Doha, which sparked a heated exchange between President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu. Trump apparently angered that he learned of the attack only from the U.S. military as it unfolded, warned it undermined delicate ceasefire talks and strained ties with Qatar, a key mediator. Netanyahu defended the move as a fleeting opportunity to hit Hamas leadership, but the report underscores a recurring pattern. Netanyahu's bold unilateral strikes often leave Washington scrambling, clashing with Trump's own Middle East priorities. Yet, also despite frustration, the relationship endures, marked by tension behind closed doors, but maintained publicly through gestures of friendship and mutual political reliance. Moving on to the Times, which questions whether U.S. outrage over Israel's strike on Hamas leaders in Doha is authentic or mere theater. The report details Qatar's fury, noting that Trump's envoy Steve Witkoff alerted Doha only 10 minutes after the bombing, undermining U.S. claims of advance warning. Analysts cited in the piece argue that Washington increasingly appears complicit, giving Israel a free hand while publicly expressing frustration. The article highlights regional skepticism, drawing parallels to past Israeli strikes that coincided with U.S. diplomacy. But for Gulf states, the incident deepens doubts about America's reliability or specifically as a security guarantor. Ultimately, the editorial suggests Trump's professed anger may mask a pattern of tolerance and quiet coordination. And we'll end with the Himalayan Times editorial, which delivers a searing indictment of Nepal's political establishment following the killing of 19 young protesters. It insists the deaths were not accidents or clashes, but deliberate murders, marking a generational revolt against corruption and impunity. The piece frames the resignations of the Prime Minister and ministers as symbolic, arguing that true power lies in the people who fill the streets and not in government halls. Yet it tempers its call for justice with a warning, saying violence and looting risk betraying the movement's ideals and harming vulnerable families. Ultimately, the editorial urges Nepal to seize this painful moment to build transparency, accountability, and a democracy worthy of sacrifices of its youth. That's it for today. Thanks for watching.
Our allies in many cases are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Now, Saudi Arabia and the United Kingdom are on track to boost economic ties with some $485 million worth of joint investments. Well, those investments, which were announced on the sidelines of last week's Great Futures Summit in London, will create dozens of jobs in both countries, with energy and financial services amongst the sectors set to gain. Well, that summit was attended by the Saudi Minister of Commerce, His Excellency Dr. Majid Al-Kasabi. Well, the UK has a new ambassador to Riyadh, Stephen Hitchen, who's been making quite a buzz on social media for his fluent Arabic skills. He has also been hailing the strength of the relationship and the mutual respect between the two kingdoms. Well, here with me is Ali Reza, the Chief Investment Officer at Haytham & Company. Ali, we were talking about this at the beginning, and as you say, a lot of the stories today have got quite a lot of communality and linkages. I mean, just specifically on the UK, I mean, there's a long list of examples of economic cooperation between the UK and Saudi Arabia. I mean, one example that springs to mind is the fact that the PIF has completed a 15% acquisition of Heathrow Airport, but that's just one of many, isn't it?
Yes, I mean, the relationship in the trade context spans back many decades, but much like many of the other regions in the world, it's starting to heat up now and becoming very interesting, not only because of the potential for foreign investment flows into Saudi Arabia, but, you know, Saudi Arabia naturally, like any developing and advanced economy, has an appetite and a real strategy to enable export of their industries as well. So Al-Fanar is one of the groups that, is setting up operations in Saudi Arabia, particularly involved in energy and mobility. And they're known, obviously, within Saudi Arabia for being involved in several high-profile energy projects and many of the sort of infrastructure projects. But now you're starting to see the expansion of enterprises like this into different parts of the world. And in the UK context, I mean, that's one example. We've seen firms collaborate in the private capital context. A&B Capital and one of the counterparts in the UK have built a partnership to invest into growth stage enterprises. We're seeing some developments in the insurance sector. So you could extrapolate the financial services sector out somewhat broadly. On top of all of this, I mean, this is yet another reflection. If we go back to some of the earlier points, there's a changed sentiment in the market, and the UK has had a long-standing relationship with Saudi Arabia in any case. But the improved sentiment, the unique opportunities, and the potential for joint interests is only multiplying with all of the developments taking place, and that's what we've seen this week. One of the interesting relationships that's been established. I mean, you don't typically see the UK as a mining and resources nation per se. We know the UK for financial services and professional services, and even a degree of manufacturing. But there's a very strong critical minerals relationship being established, which has been part of perhaps not the discussions this week, but a few months ago. So there's quite a broad-ranging set of interests that are being developed between the two states, and like with many others, I think this will continue to grow in the coming months.
I don't know if you saw it, but Stephen Hitchen has been quite visible on social media the last couple of days, because I think there was a clip of him, and we showed a bit of it just before we crossed to you, walking around in Riyadh, I think it was, speaking fluent Arabic, and that I think has wowed quite a lot of people. I think he was previously ambassador in Iraq, so he had a bit of a head start by the looks of things, Ali.
He certainly seems to have the energy and the pizzazz for a place like Saudi Arabia, and to fly the flag not only on one side but also the other and bring people together. So we hope that will be the case, and all the best of luck to him and his counterparts.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Mumbai. Bright lights, busy city, Mumbai in India. Many Indians choose this place to hold their extravagant, stylish weddings. Guests are always in jewel-toned saris, intricately embroidered skirts, and such. Indian weddings in Mumbai are great for sightseeing, often the subject of photographs, and most of all, a fun event to be part of. Lucky if you're a friend or relative of an Indian about to get hitched. Weddings aside, the city is also known for many other treats. The Marine Drive is a popular destination. Listen to Bollywood tunes or the Punjabi rap there. Or if you prefer to be away from the loud sounds and noisy blues, Mumbai will always have its quiet corners. Yoga is popularly practiced in Mumbai. One of the recent practices is aerial yoga, where yogis would pose using cloth harnesses that are suspended from the ceiling. Another option is to travel via the sea, a highly recommended way to see the city. The Gateway of India is superb at sunset, definitely a sight to behold. You can opt to charter a yacht, as there are a fleet of vessels available for hire. Want an experience of the ever-famous Bollywood? Hop into an auto rickshaw. You'll get to ride past the film stars' mansions in the area, plus maybe get a glimpse of one of the superstars. The city is known for its old colonial houses too. Luxury boutique hotels aren't the norm here, so it's a gem to find one. Make sure to take pictures. The city's nightlife is quite a busy yet low-key one too. There are restaurants, cocktail bars, and various concert venues to choose from, and there's always a gig in town. Catch in performance, an indie band, or an a cappella group. Musicals are a dream. Then there's also the hip art scene, found in the middle of Shoreditch. This neighborhood in Mumbai is where you'll find the art galleries, cafes, and places for shopping too. Now you'll know where to buy souvenirs to take home. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today. I'm Micheál Prendergast, and joining me today is Gad Saad, the visiting scholar at the Declaration of Independence Center for the Study of American Freedom at the University of Mississippi. Thanks so much for your time, Gad. A story that shocked the entire world. A young Ukrainian refugee has been butchered in Charlotte. Isn't this a textbook case of suicidal empathy? That's the name of your upcoming book. I don't want to name the assailant himself. He's a scumbag and he doesn't deserve any publicity. Isn't this a case, a title case for your book?
It is, in that what suicidal empathy, the way it works, let me offer a quick explanation and then link it to that specific case. So empathy is a beautiful, noble virtue. It is something that we need to have as a social species. For you and I to have a meaningful conversation, Micheál, I need to have theory of mind, as you do. In other words, we need to put ourselves in each other's minds to be able to have a meaningful interaction. So it is perfectly reasonable to argue that empathy is a laudable, noble virtue. The problem arises when empathy misfires. And before I explain how it misfires, let me draw an analogy. Obsessive-compulsive disorder is the misfiring of an otherwise adaptive process. So, for example, the fact that you and I shake hands and I notice that you have a cold, I might go ahead and wash my hands because I don't want to catch your cold. That is perfectly adaptive, and it makes evolutionary sense for me to do that. But OCD is when I spend 8 hours a day washing my hands in scalding water until my skin is falling off. I can't make it to work because I'm obsessed with washing my hands. So what started off as an adaptive mechanism becomes maladaptive when it misfires. So that's exactly my argument for suicidal empathy. When empathy starts misfiring in ways that you target your empathy toward the wrong target, you're orgiastically empathetic for all of the wrong times and the wrong situations, that becomes suicidal empathy. So in that particular case, what you have is an incredibly lax justice system, penal system, that basically argues along the following lines. It is unfair to not give hardened felons 637 chances or second chances because they've already been victimized by the racist society of white supremacy. Therefore, what is the point of us punishing them harshly? Don't they deserve a 138th chance? And it is literally what happened in this case. This guy had been arrested for 14 prior crimes, but yet we should give him a 15th chance at redemption. It results in suicidal empathy and the death of this beautiful Ukrainian refugee.
The alleged killer had 14 prior arrests. A judge released him after his 15th. Should judges like this face justice themselves?
Look, that's a tricky one in that you would like to think that a judge is not going to always be personally held liable for judicial decisions that they make, because then in that case, they will always take the decision that is least likely to result in repercussions on them. So it's a tricky one. You can't always say, irrespective of the context, they should be held accountable. But certainly, if you are letting hardened felons get out of prison time and time again because you have been completely parasitized by suicidal empathy, then I see no moral, ethical, or legal reason why you should not be held accountable for that decision.
And Elon Musk himself, he has shone a huge amount of light on this story. A lot of the mainstream media ignored it. I think this is the perfect example of the importance of freedom of speech and the importance of him buying X.
Indeed. So the minute that I found out, maybe not the minute, but probably within the next day or two, when I found out that Elon had bought what was then Twitter, I put out a clip on my channel, The Sad Truth, where I basically explained that of all great initiatives and great accomplishments that Elon Musk has ever or will ever do, none will come remotely as impactful as him having bought that platform. Because for better or worse, that platform is the central public square where ideas flow at a, feverish velocity. I know just from personal experience what the things that I could say or the things that would get me punished. And, I'm probably the most irreverent, outspoken professor on earth. If I were to say that women, do not have penises, well, I stood the chance of having my account shut down. And so what Elon has done is he's come along, completely removed the shackles that we were all being restrained by. And so thank God for Elon.
President Trump has responded quite forcefully. He's also recently sent in regards to crime the National Guard into D.C. While Democrat-run cities are spiraling into chaos, why do leaders of these cities resist law and order?
Yeah, that's a great question. So let me give you one of those professorial psychologist answers. There's a great book by two French psychologists. They're actually evolutionary psychologists. Their names are Dan Sperber and Hugo Mercier. They wrote a book called The Enigma of Reason. And in that book, what they argued is that our faculty of reasoning did not evolve to seek some objective truth, but rather, regrettably, our faculty of reasoning only evolved to win arguments. Now, that's quite a pessimistic view because it basically says that for most people, the truth doesn't matter. What matters is that I am proven to be right, even if I'm wrong. So when Donald Trump does something like solve crime in D.C., the other camp doesn't say, attaboy, great job, President Trump. They have to find a way to stand against it. And as the old joke says, if Donald Trump were to personally cure cancer, the Democrats would come out and say, look how evil he is. He's now made sure that a whole bunch of oncologists will be out of a job. So that's really regrettable because, again, it shows you that certainly politics is not about the adjudication of different ideas until we reach truth. It's simply about making sure that my team is right and your team is wrong.
Has Donald Trump, has he proven a lot of the Democrats wrong?
My goodness, what hasn't he proven them wrong on, right? I mean, did we need in the 21st century to have, as I think it was his first executive order, that there is such a thing as male and female, and we know exactly what those two sexes are? Until 15 minutes ago, the 117 billion people who had existed on Earth seemed to exactly know how to navigate that very, very difficult conundrum of identifying what male and female is. But when you are parasitized by idea pathogens, as I explained in my book, The Parasitic Mind, you then have to have an executive order by the President of the United States saying that there are only two sexes called male and female, and we know what they are. So he proved them wrong there. He proved them wrong about closing the borders, right? It took him 15 seconds to close the borders, right? He proved them wrong on pretty much anything and everything. So ideas matter. And, you know, people think that, you know, I've got posters of Donald Trump in my bedroom. It's not that, right? I don't succumb to the cult of personality. As a matter of fact, I'm Canadian. So it's not as though I've got a direct dog in that fight. But certainly, if you believe in American freedom, then you have to believe that the Republican Party and Donald Trump exemplify those American freedoms much more than the Democrats do.
And you're an expert in evolutionary psychology. How did we go from protecting the tribe to protecting predators at the tribe's expense?
Well, that's where suicidal empathy comes in, right? So I argue that history is basically the following story that I'm going to explain now that the average 5-year-old will understand. History is the following. There are two tribes on each side of the river. Each members of each tribe look at the resources and other desired objects on the other side of the tribe and want to steal it, right? That's why the 10 Commandments have do not covet thy neighbor's wife, right? Covetousness is a ugly trait. Envy is an ugly trait. But the only thing that stops tribe A from, you know, attacking tribe B is that they know that the people in tribe B are likely to have men who are not going to be very happy about that approach, and therefore they have to think twice before attacking. And it is that mechanism that keeps people in check. Now, imagine if you become parasitized, for example, by orgiastic pacifism, right? So that the highest virtue in my society is one whereby I will never, under any circumstances, respond to you with violence. Well, what do you think will happen to a society that is organized around orgiastic pacifism? It likely will cease to exist very quickly. And so that's why I use the framework of the parasitic mind and suicidal empathy to explain the nature of your question, because nothing else could explain. From a survival perspective, we've evolved the most fundamental need for survival, to protect ourselves, to protect our loved one, to protect our children. But once those instincts become sublimated in my desire to demonstrate to the world that I am infinitely tolerant, compassionate, generous, and empathetic, we end up having major problems.
Elon Musk has offered $1 million to fund murals of Irina Zarutska across US cities. Is this not the kind of moral clarity and courage that's needed right now?
Exactly. I mean, one of the reasons why Elon Musk, Donald Trump, first of all, our gentlemen that I admire greatly, is because to me, they exemplify something that I discuss as a key call to action in the last chapter of The Parasitic Mind, which is activate your inner honey badger. So some of your viewers or listeners may not be familiar with why I'm using that imagery. The honey badger, the African honey badger, has been rated as the most ferocious and fierce animal in the animal kingdom. Now that's quite a big title, because it isn't a big animal. It's the size of a small dog, and yet adult lions will cross to the other side of the street when they see Mr. Mean Honey Badger. Now, why is that? Because the honey badger doesn't care. It stands tall despite the fact that it is small in stature. So Donald Trump and Elon Musk are not encumbered by political correctness. They're not encumbered by ensuring that they are going to be invited to the cool kids parties. They stand tall, even though they are literally tall men. They stand tall, fully capable and willing to defend their principles. And that's why I implore people to activate their honey badgers. That's why I think Elon Musk and I have a strong affinity for one another, because regrettably, while I'm not nearly as tall as him in stature physically, I'm certainly someone who walks like a honey badger. And so that tends to attract similar-minded people. Whereas on the other hand, most of my academic colleagues are what I call members of the invertebrate castrati, meaning that they don't have any spines, nor do they have any, I hope I can say on your show, any testicles. Right? They're whiny, they're wimpy, they're afraid of their shadow. They'll never utter a word that might draw back anything against the accepted orthodoxy. That's not how an academic should be. An academic should be an intellectual Navy SEAL, and Donald Trump and Elon Musk certainly exemplify those qualities.
They're honey badgers and you're a honey badger as well, it seems. Elon Musk has proved himself to be a staunch defender of free speech. I seen you say on Twitter that he deserves a Nobel Peace Prize for his ultimate defense of free speech.
100%, 1000%. Listen, Barack Obama won a Nobel Prize. I think it was even before he had assumed the presidency, or maybe within a few days of assuming, or whatever. I don't remember the exact temporal timeline, but it's because he had, uttered some hopeful message or some nonsense, right? I mean, I have antiquated socks that I no longer wear that are substantially more worthy of the Nobel Prize than Elon Musk, than Barack Obama. So if Barack Obama can win a Nobel Prize for doing literally nothing, then how many Nobel Prizes should Elon Musk win for having freed us from the shackles of, as we say in French, les bien-pensants, the well-thinkers, the politically correct class? He deserves it ASAP.
People have spoken ad nauseum about Elon Musk. You said in your last interview here on the station that he's a very humble man.
He is. We've had a chance to meet. I spent maybe 4.5 hours with him at his home. He had invited me down to discuss all sorts of important issues. We had a chance to both have, an intimate discussion about family dynamics. But we also discussed, preserving human consciousness and interplanetary travel. And we were able to oscillate from very personal, intimate things to very grand, abstract things. No ego, no obnoxiousness, no attempts to, try to, outrank each other. Just two guys, hopefully with good ideas, sitting together, who respect each other, having a fun conversation. I felt as though he had zero ego. And if anything, after, meeting him personally and chatting with him, I only learned to admire him that much more.
We know that Elon Musk and President Trump are two enormous characters. They had a very huge falling out, especially on social media. Are you hopeful that they can make amends?
That's a great question, because when I first heard of their rift, actually it was a friend of mine who used to be a former student of mine who wrote to me and said, "Hey, what do you think of your two guys fighting?" And I was traveling. I said, "What are you talking about?" And so he was the one who broke the story to me. And I looked at that with great regret, because, look, the United States in particular, but the world in, more generally, is a much better place if those two, gigantic leaders see eye to eye, right? So it is my hope that, it certainly seems as though some of the venom has softened. So in an ideal world, they will hug it out, go back to being friends, and we will all benefit from that renewed friendship.
Could you broker a peace?
Well, I can certainly try. I don't know if I can deliver. I'm very well calibrated about what I can or can't do. So I can certainly reach out and try to broker it, whether they'll listen to me or not, or whether it happens or not. Inshallah, only God knows.
A story that's absolutely dominated the news over the past week. It was the frankly Orwellian arrest of the Irish comedian Graham Linehan for his tweets made in the UK where he criticised the trans movement. What was your reaction, Gad?
Yeah, I mean, in a sense, I was surprised because it's as if we're back to being in 2020 or 2022. But that actually speaks to a point that I've often made, where people write to me and say, hey, now that Donald Trump has started his second term, Dr. Saad, can we expect that all of this woke parasitic stuff will go away? And my answer is always an emphatic no, unfortunately. Yes, it's good that Donald Trump won. That doesn't mean that all of the nonsense and the Orwellian degeneracy is going to magically go away. It took 50 to 80 years for many of these ideas to first be spawned on academic campuses. So it's going to take a while for us to fully eradicate them. But to your more specific point, I'd like to contextualize what happened with that comedian with something that I talk about in The Parasitic Mind, and that is the distinction between deontological and consequentialist ethics. So let me break it down for you very quickly. Deontological ethics are absolute statements. So, for example, if I say, it is never okay to lie, that would be a deontological statement. A consequentialist statement would be, it's okay to lie if you wish to spare someone's feelings. So if your wife might ask you, do I look fat in those jeans? Then you might want to put on that consequentialist hat and say, absolutely not. You've never looked more beautiful. It might be a small white lie, but you're doing it out of love for your partner. And so there's a consequentialist ethos to it. But when it comes to foundational principles, presumption of innocence in the justice system, freedom of speech, freedom of inquiry, by definition, those have to be deontological. The second that you say, I believe in freedom of speech, but the second you put the but qualifier, you're a degenerate who doesn't understand what freedom of speech is. I am Jewish. I've had a very rough upbringing in my childhood in Lebanon, yet I support the right of Holocaust deniers to deny the Holocaust. There is almost nothing that you could think of that is more offensive than denying the Holocaust. Yet if I wish to live in a free society where freedom of speech is an enshrined principle, I have to put up with idiots, imbeciles, racists, and anti-Semites. So when Starmer says, hey, by you saying this, you are marginalizing the noble, holy trans people, that is exactly a consequentialist ethos. And it hurts me to no ends that Britain, the place where many of these original principles, were spewed, is now turned into such a, not only Orwellian, but Kafkaesque reality. Terrible.
And speaking of Keir Starmer, what are your thoughts on him?
Well, Mrs. Starmer needs to see if there's a way for her to find some testicular fortitude. Now, I say this, some people will say, oh, but why do you speak in such a direct manner? Why can't you be more empathetic and kind? You know why? Because I'm disgusted that a country as founded in the principles that we now call liberty and freedom in the West, including in the United States, right, has sunk to such a low. When you can't talk about the grooming gangs in Britain because you don't want to offend a particular demographic group, where you care about managing the feelings of that group more than you care about protecting the bodily integrity of your children, that's probably not a good leader. So I don't have too many good things to say about that Prime Minister.
You and your family escaped the civil war in Lebanon. Did real violence make you immune to the fake trauma obsessions in the West?
Yeah, great question. Look, one of the reasons why it's very difficult for people to try to cancel me and so on, because if they use the victimology narrative, the faux victimology narrative that is so often present in the West, then I pull out my real victimology cards, then suddenly they they whittle away, because real victim versus fake victim, if that's the currency you want to use, then I'm going to win every single time. So because of that, because of the horrors that I've seen growing up in the Middle East as a Lebanese Jew, my parents were kidnapped by Fatah and tortured. We escaped execution. Death awaited us at every corner, every second of every day for that first year of the Civil War. Then I'm not very sympathetic, not only to faux victimology stories, but intergenerational victimology stories. Slavery did happen in the United States, but not today. So you don't get to wallow intergenerationally because something happened to someone who may or may not have been related to you 200 years ago. That doesn't minimize the horrors of slavery, but it says that what makes you stand tall and with dignity in Arabic, since I'm speaking on Al-Arabiya, it's someone with shakhsiyya. Shakhsiyya means they have a strong sense of self, someone with sharaf, someone who has honor. I overcome my victimology. Let me just for you to know. So my family escaped the Lebanese Civil War. My parents were kidnapped and tortured by Fatah. My grandparents escaped Syria because they were Syrian Jews. My wife's family also escaped Lebanon because for also religious reasons. Her ancestors escaped the Armenian genocide. My brother-in-law's family escaped in the 1950s from Alexandria, Egypt, because they were Egyptian Jews. So within my lifetime, any family member that you could think of, whether by bloodline or by marriage, has faced horrifying victimology. And yet here I stand, happy that I exist, hoping to create a better world. Yes, my victimology story is part of my past, but what makes me who I am is that I've overcome it. So stop whining and get off the couch and do big things.
I agree with you, Gad. I'm from an Irish background, and I think obviously the Irish famine perpetrated by the British on Ireland, it was absolutely abhorrent. But I try not to think about it too much, and I try not to let it define me. How would you go about teaching this kind of resilience to young people now?
Well, it's certainly there are two ways. There are some things that the young people can do to build resilience, but also there are things that the caretakers of the young people should do in order to inculcate resilience in the young people. So let's start with the latter. When COVID finished, and I actually discussed this in my forthcoming book, Suicidal Empathy, when COVID finished and we were back to teaching in person, one of the first, if not the first departmental meeting we had was bathing in orgiastic, misplaced empathy. So here are the types of things that I would hear. Well, the students are no longer capable because of the COVID lockdowns to actually sit for 3 hours in a lecture. The students are no longer capable of taking notes. It's too onerous for them. It's too much to expect of students to have to do evaluative exercises like exams because they suffer from post-COVID stress. That's not how you build resilience. Let me draw a very good analogy. This is actually from this book right here, my book on happiness. I start one of the chapters, which actually deals with resilience and anti-fragility. I use a quote from the great Stoic Roman philosopher Seneca. I don't have the exact quote in front of me, but so I'll paraphrase it. He said that strong trees with deep roots, with strong trunks, are those that have been exposed to heavy wind stressors. That's precisely why they then evolve those strong roots. That's precisely why they evolve the strong trunk. The trees that have not been exposed to the wind stressors are very brittle. They're easy to uproot. By the way, that's exactly true of our immune system. So for example, if you take autoimmune diseases like asthma, children who are raised in very clean environments end up having greater incidence of asthma than children who are raised on farms with pet dander, with allergens, because our immune system expects to be challenged in order to then mount an optimal response. So at the very least, what we should be doing is, rather than always hugging our children and saying, they're there, it's okay, everybody gets a trophy. No, teach them about competition, teach them about resilience, teach them about dignity, and hopefully those things become an integral part of their personhoods.
And one thing I detest, Gad, is the polarised nature of politics. I'm probably going to get some flack for even speaking to you today by kind of some corners of the online media. As a Middle Eastern Jew, how did growing up as a minority shape your rejection of identity politics?
Well, it shaped it greatly. And that's why in chapter 1 of The Parasitic Mind, knowing that later I was going to critique identity politics, I wanted to share my story, because Lebanon is the perfect model of what happens to a society that is perfectly organized along identity politics lines, right? And in the case of Lebanon, it's according to which religion you belong to, right? So Lebanon, for example, has what's called the confessional parliamentary system, meaning that who the president is going to be, who the prime minister is going to be, who the speaker of the house is going to be, or the parliament, how many seats how many seats are going to be assigned to different sects, is all based on your religion. And as we know from Lebanon and Rwanda and Iraq and Syria and the Balkans, these kinds of fractured tribal identity politics societies don't really end up, with great outcomes. And so it very much shaped my subsequent positions, because what I love about the West, and I know it sounds as though it's just a cliche at this point, but it isn't. It's a really important lesson. Individual dignity supersedes collective identity. Yes, I may be a Lebanese Jew, and that is one marker of my identity, but I present myself to the world and to Al Arabiya as Gad Saad. I'm not a representative of the Lebanese people. I'm not a representative of the Jewish people. I'm not a representative of people who have green eyes. And so you judge me based on my qualities and my frailties. And so therefore, there is nothing worse than collective tribalism. And but by the way, if people only hear the last minute of what I just said in the Middle East and truly internalize it, the Middle East would be one of the most stunning, gorgeous places imaginable on earth.
That's what we hope, Gad. You're penning a new book at the moment called Suicidal Empathy. Do you feel like a kid in a candy shop with the amount of real-world examples you're able to cover in your book?
Well, the running joke is, because now, I've been speaking a lot about suicidal empathy for, a long time, so that it's gone completely viral. Millions and millions of people in perhaps 60 languages are now quoting and citing my suicidal empathy concept. But so people will write to me and say, God damn it, when is this book going to be ready, Professor? And I say, how can I be ready? How can it ever be ready when every single day when I wake up and I go on X, I now need to increase the size of the book by 50 new pages? And so one of the most difficult parts, frankly, has been to try to rein that in, because I've already cut 11,000 words from my book, because rather than using the 35,000 examples that I can use as a manifestation of suicidal empathy, I now have to ask myself, okay, I can't put all of these in the book. How should I strategically pick the best ones? So the biggest challenge for me has not been to write the book, but rather to cut out sections of the book.
It could be a trilogy.
From your lips to God's ear.
We're just out of time. It's been an absolute pleasure speaking with you, Gad. All the very best.
My pleasure. Take care. Cheers.
That's all we have time for on Global News today. Be sure to join us tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Dublin. The capital and largest city of Ireland, Dublin. It has become a historical and contemporary center for education and the arts, a fast-improving economic industry. And today, it's become one of the frequently visited cities in the world. Dublin's unique charms is its string of attractions that offers a bit of everything for everyone. The Guinness Storehouse is one, being one of Ireland's top visitor attractions. It is a massive 7-story building that once served as a Guinness fermentation plant. Now it has been remodeled into a shape of a giant pint of Guinness. The storehouse teaches guests how to make the world-famous beer. The Gravity Bar inside is a favorite, where they get to enjoy drinks while enjoying breathtaking 360-degree views of the city. The Dublin Zoo is a highlight too. See many rare and exotic animals in their natural habitats. There's a gaze of giraffes, zebras, scimitar oryx, and ostrich. There's also the Kaziranga Forest, where you'll see a herd of ancient elephants. One of the most innovative water parks in Europe is the National Aquatic Center. It's great for family fun and thrilling adventures with friends. Go through caves or water adventures, fly through the air, or have an enjoyable family day. It's got the biggest water rides and attractions. The National Gallery of Ireland is where you'll find over 2,500 paintings and some 10,000 other works in different media. Watercolor arts, drawings, prints, and sculptures are all there. Another museum is the National Museum of Ireland Archaeology, where you'll be transported back in time. The finest collection of prehistoric gold artifacts in Europe can be found here. Then, there's also the National Botanic Gardens. It has many attractive features like an arboretum, sensory garden, rock garden, and burn area, large pond, and extensive herbaceous borders. Plus, it has an annual display of decorative plants, such as a rare example of Victorian carpet bedding. Another popular destination is St. Patrick's Cathedral. It is one of the few buildings left from the medieval city of Dublin. It remains as the largest cathedral in Ireland, with a fascinating history worth knowing. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World. Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Boston. What do you know about Boston? Boston is the capital city of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts in the United States, and the largest too, being about 48 square miles or 124 square kilometers in size, and an estimated population of about 137 residents. With that, Boston becomes the largest city in New England and comes in as the 23rd largest city in the United States. Boston is a city for those with a knack for history. It's always interesting to explore, but aside from that, you can appreciate it for its mix of offerings. You can enjoy the view of the skyline or its many art galleries and museums. Take a walk in the many parks or, of course, the prime tourist spots. Probably the most popular are their nautical tours and historical legends that we're here to find out more about. The city is filled with historical sites that are quite easy to discover. There's the Freedom Trail. There's Paul Revere's home. These sites are all reflective of the Great Revolution, where one will be reminded of America's incredible history. Next, of course, are the museums, which are easily accessible throughout the city. Here you'll come across a mix of fine arts, history, and scientific discoveries. There's the famous Charles River, just near the Science Museum, as well as the Boston Public Library and Copley Square, among others. Popular tourist attractions are, of course, part of the city. Boston has got a great outdoor space that's home to many entertainment events. Tourists and locals alike enjoy the happenings that are held here. You can choose from a lot of various activities, from seeing the historic churches to visiting the sea animals or the Fenway Park. Take your pick. And then there are the friendly neighborhoods. It's what makes the city of Boston unique. Each area has its own identity and mix of history, cuisine, attractions, and urban scenery. You can enjoy strolling through the different areas and see everything from brownstones to skyscrapers. Last but not the least, the city is also famous for its diverse culinary offerings. They have dim sum in Chinatown and authentic Mexican food in Fort Point. Then there's also the incredibly good homemade Italian food in the North End. Each boasts of distinct tastes that make up the uniquely diverse Boston city. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Our allies in many cases, worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Hello and welcome. I'm Riz Khan. There are hopes that there will be progress in the conflict between Russia and Ukraine following the meeting in Alaska between the US President Donald Trump and the Russian President Vladimir Putin. There are talks that maybe bilateral and trilateral meetings will follow, but then there are also those who believe there will be no progress, largely because of Vladimir Putin's intractable position when it comes to Ukraine. One of those is the former UK Defence Secretary, Liam Fox. He joins me now to explain why he has that position. So, Liam, thank you for making the time. It's good to have a chance to chat with you, sir. First of all, we're seeing a lot of media reports now that there seems to be some progress when it comes to the Russia-Ukraine situation following the meeting in Alaska and the following talks. What's your opinion on that?
There's a lot of rhetoric. There's a lot of staging. Are we seeing real progress? We don't know yet. My view is that you need to go back to understand why Ukraine wants very, very specific, overt, and bankable security guarantees. Remember back in 1994, Ukraine gave away the nuclear weapons that they had inherited from the breakup of the Soviet Union. And they did so on the basis that they had a security guarantee from the United States, from Britain, from France, but mostly from Russia, that their sovereignty and their borders would be respected. That guarantee was worth zero because Putin decided he wanted Crimea and he just took it. Now, if you were the Ukrainians and you are wanting to end the war, you will want to do so knowing that you have a much better guarantee of your security than came with that agreement, the Budapest Memorandum. So I entirely understand why the Ukrainians are where they are. And until they get those very bankable guarantees, I don't think we can move much forward.
Those who play devil's advocate say that Russia was also guaranteed that NATO would never move 1 inch eastward, and that this was kind of also breached in terms of honouring an agreement. What's your view on that perspective?
Well, Ukraine's not a member of NATO. The only countries that have joined NATO are Sweden and Finland recently, and that was in response to Russia's aggression in Ukraine. Free nations can choose what they want to do in terms of their defence, their foreign policy. They cannot be dictated to by Moscow, by a tyrant like Putin.
Again, to play devil's advocate, if there was something, a similar parallel with Russia putting weapons on any kind of territory it has near the USA, how would the reaction be there?
Well, Russia has weapons pointed at London, at Washington, at LA, at the other parts of Europe. It has troops along the borders with the Baltic states. So we don't need to be lectured by Russia about the threats to their neighbors. It's Russia that invaded Georgia in 2008. It's Russia that annexed Crimea in 2014. It's Russia that invaded Ukraine in 2022. So before people want to play devil's advocate, they better work out who the devil is in that particular equation.
So hugely disappointing and sadly predictable is how you described the outcome of the Putin-Trump Alaska talks. Why was that?
Well, I think Putin's playing for time. Number one, let me be very clear. Putin can't be trusted. His word is worth nothing. Here is a man who is a violent despot who will kill and has killed his political opponents inside Russia, who's killed his opponents outside Russia, including in the United Kingdom. He's playing for time. He's hoping that he can make advances on the battlefield before the United States or Europe apply further sanctions that will damage the Russian economy. And the Russian economy has changed a lot since 2022, since the Ukrainian invasion. Putin's turned his country into a war economy. 45% of his GDP is now taken up by the war in Ukraine or the defense and arms industries. He has a banking system that's barely functioning. He's got a bank base rate of 21% with an inflation rate of 11%, unsustainable if you were in any other part of the world. He's got a labor shortage, a chronic labor shortage, and is utterly dependent on technology to keep his economy moving. Now, these are big problems which will get worse. And in my view, we should make them worse in order to destroy Putin's ability to wage war in the future.
I know your perspective is also to let the Russian oligarchs and those who've been sanctioned from shifting large sums of money out to actually have that opportunity, because it would actually have an impact on Russia's economy that would help to destabilize it, in your opinion, correct?
Well, Russia has been able to maintain its war effort because its banking system has continued, because money has not been allowed to flow out of the system. So the oligarchs who would normally invest in global opportunities have been forced to invest in Russia. Those opportunities will dry up quite quickly, and we need to ensure that we enable capital flight out of Russia to make those difficulties even greater.
And presumably the sale of fossil fuels by Russia, which have been quite beneficial for its economy, have also to be kind of more closely monitored, I guess.
Well, you've seen the tension between the United States under the Trump administration and countries like India, where they are trying to apply pressure to India to stop buying Russian oil. If you're going to make that happen, I think you have to increase the flow of oil from elsewhere, whether that's the United States itself or out of OPEC. You need to ensure that countries that are going to help you in terms of security are not going to be disadvantaged in terms of the ability to fuel, literally, their own economies.
So following Alaska, a bunch of European leaders, including the UK Prime Minister, went to the White House to speak with Donald Trump. And then, of course, the media started to talk a lot about the bilateral, possibly trilateral meeting with Putin, Zelensky and Trump afterwards. Do you see any value in the idea that this bilateral meeting might actually happen between Putin and Zelensky?
Well, all the focus has been on the optics and the rhetoric rather than the substance. And that's where we really need to make progress. We need to make progress on, are we going to get security guarantees for Ukraine? Are we going to ensure that Ukrainian territory is not going to be sacrificed in all of this? When these big issues are sorted out, then you can work out who is going to talk to whom and where it's going to be. I mean, yesterday we had all this stuff about, will it be in Geneva? Will it be Istanbul? You have to have something to talk about first. So let's focus on the substance and let's have a little bit less focus on some of the lesser important parts.
Ironically, Budapest was mentioned, which you mentioned earlier as the 94 site of the memorandum. So it would be an ironic venue if they chose that.
It would be, yes, it would be ironic, but there would be some who would think it was inappropriate, given that it was that memorandum in Budapest that was so badly betrayed by Russia.
There have been reports that Europe would impose more sanctions on Russia if Vladimir Putin does decide to reject any bilateral or trilateral meetings. What impact could those sanctions have?
Well, the biggest area where Europe could be effective would be in seizing Russian assets. Now, the Russian assets of about 300 billion have been frozen in Europe, and the interest on those has been used to help Ukraine. But if you really wanted to make a difference, you actually seize the assets and give them to Ukraine. 300 billion to Ukraine is more than we've actually spent in total between the United States and Europe so far in assisting them. And there's the question of reparations. Russia committed an act of aggression in breach of international law. They are required to make reparations for that. The chances of Putin actually parting with money and giving it to Ukraine, I would rate as absolutely zero. So what other mechanisms do we have? We've got those assets that were moved largely from America to Europe after 2014-15. Those could be used to help the Ukrainians arm themselves, protect themselves, defend their sovereignty, their people, their democracy, and also to rebuild the shattered parts of their country that have been destroyed by Putin's aggression.
Well, so Liam, you've been very clear for many years now that you have zero trust in Vladimir Putin. If that's the case, if Vladimir Putin is such a risk, what real option is there to find a solution?
We should try to find a way of ending the killing in Ukraine itself, but we should be under no illusions about who Putin is and what he is. And I understand why Western politicians who are sort of hardwired to find compromise and accommodations, why they would want to do that. But pretty much all good people end up in the same place with Putin, which is he can't be accommodated. He is a tyrant. He's not a democrat. He's not answerable to the Russian people. He's not answerable to anyone at all. And he will behave in the way that tyrants do, as he has done, internally and externally. So what we, in the long term, we need to do is what we did in the Cold War, which is recognize there can't be a purely military solution to all of this. What we need to use is the financial strength of the free world, and to ensure that in the longer term, we undermine and, if possible, destroy Putin's ability economically to wage war against free, independent, democratic nations.
Well, many critics of the situation have been concerned that Donald Trump has rejected the idea, or at least dismissed the idea of a ceasefire prior to the talks, bilateral talks, if they happen, for example. To what extent is that a bad idea? Because the fact that Russia can continue, it's kind of offensive, and it has actually seems to have boosted.
I thought the German Chancellor, Chancellor Merz, put it very well. It's very difficult to see Zelensky, President Zelensky, and Putin talking to one another if their troops are still killing civilians. How can President Zelensky sit down with Vladimir Putin if men, women, and children are being murdered during the night by Russian missiles and drones? Politically, that's really a bit of a non-starter. And I think you would have to have some situation where on the ground there was no conflict actually taking place before those talks could take place.
How much progress do you see in the statements by Donald Trump that he sees the need for security guarantees for Ukraine? I mean, he said no US troops on the ground, although he said military presence is a possibility.
Well, I think the president is absolutely genuine when he seeks peace and reconciliation. I think his patience has been sorely tested by Putin time and time again. I think he comes back hoping that something decent will come out of the Russian leader. But I think that increasingly the reality is dawning that you can't accommodate Putin. And there's a history here. If you remember President George W. Bush saying that he looked into Putin's eyes and saw a soul. Well, you know, Putin looked into his and saw a KGB file number. We had President Obama coming to office after the invasion of Georgia and having a reset, as they called it, let bygones be bygones with Russia. Putin looked at that and said, thank you very much. I'll just take Crimea, if that's your attitude. We need to really understand what we're dealing with, because wishful thinking is a very bad basis for foreign policy, and it's an even worse basis for defense policy.
There is still a feeling, however, that in spite of what you say about Donald Trump having some concerns about the situation being played, or tapped, as he put it, by Putin, that he has a much stronger relationship with Vladimir Putin and Russia than with Volodymyr Zelensky, and that he still tends to kind of favor the Russian side. Do you think that's still the case, considering how things have developed?
I think the president genuinely wants reconciliation. I think he can see the prize that there would be were Russia to be brought into the fold. I just don't think it's going to happen under Putin. I think that Putin is a particular type of autocratic, tyrannical leader. His behavior shows he's not to be trusted. And I see no reason why he would change. He wants to keep Russia in a particular way. He's got imperialist tendencies, wanting to recreate parts of what was the Soviet Union. And I think that's not going to change. And I think that President Trump, like President George W. Bush, like President Obama before him, hope that they can find something good to deal with in Putin. And sadly, that their hopes have all been dashed sequentially.
There is a widely held opinion that actually he's more interested in becoming a czar-like figure than reconstructing the Soviet Union, having a more imperial kind of attitude towards things.
I think that's true with Putin. I think that he's also been willing to use the Russian Orthodox Church as part of that czarist approach. But he's a very dangerous man. He's dangerous to the people within Russia, and he's dangerous to the people outside Russia. And we've got to be very hard-headed in accepting that. It's in the minds of good people, wanting to see good in someone else is a very laudable and understandable trait. But it can be very dangerous when you're dealing with somebody like Putin.
I'll get back to the current situation in just a second, but as and when the time comes when Vladimir Putin is no longer around, is there a chance for Russia to reset, or is it likely that someone else with the similar kind of tendency might just be able to slip in and continue the policies of Vladimir Putin?
I think there were three ifs in that question. So yeah, I suppose it depends on the state of the Russian economy. Is it a stable economy, or will Putin actually leave it fundamentally weakened? It's much easier to take a peace economy and turn it into a war economy than vice versa. So there are big problems ahead for the Russian economy. How Putin will manage that, we don't know. Who is coming behind Putin? Difficult to say. Most of his potential successors have left under, let's say, less than clear circumstances. The Russian people, do they have a yearning for democracy? They have a yearning, I think, to control their own future and to live in a country where they are much more able to determine what happens to their families, their communities, and their nation than they have today, but impossible really to know. Russia doesn't really have a strong historical experience in democracy, really at any point. So, yes, we have to hope for it, and we in the West have to prepare for a post-Putin era in the hope that we can help encourage change, but in a way much better than we did last time after the fall of the Soviet Union.
There's a bit of a paradox in the fact that the Russian people did taste the fruits of a more kind of market economy, capitalistic society after the fall of the Soviet Union. And yet the statistics show that so many Russians seem to be behind Vladimir Putin's actions. Perhaps it's a patriotic or jingoistic attitude, but there is that strange paradox.
Well, I think you're probably more likely to be the fact that there are no independent polls in Russia, and all the polls that we have are controlled by the Russian government. That will tend to produce the results that the Russian government want. But leaving that aside, so we don't actually know what the Russian people think. But if we are going to see reform in Russia, it has to be in a way that has tangible benefits on the street, and not just for the oligarchs and not just for the politicians, which is what we saw last time. And that needs to be better thought through.
Considering your perspective on President Putin, do you see any value in him actually recently now agreeing that there should be security guarantees, that perhaps there could be some kind of monitoring system if there was a peace deal?
Anything that gives us a verifiable peace deal, great. As Ronald Reagan would say, trust but verify. And that is just as true today as when President Reagan said it in the Cold War. And we need to be able to make sure that it's there. But there's something else. It's not just a security guarantee. What's missing there is the word credible. Is it a credible security guarantee? Because if Russia thinks that the deterrence is missing, then he will act again. And you could, I think, very reasonably argue that the sanctions that we put in place in 2022 after the invasion of Ukraine should have been there in 2014 after the invasion of Crimea. And the ones we put in place in 2014 should have been there in 2008 after the Russian aggression towards Georgia. So the failure of deterrence and the failure of a credible deterrence is crucial. And anything that the West puts in place as a security guarantee needs to come with some hard and fast elements to that, whether that's an Article 5 NATO-type guarantee that an attack on Ukraine would be an attack on us all. We have to wait and see. But if it's not credible, it's not worth anything.
Do you see Ukraine ending up in NATO?
No, I don't actually in the short term, although I think it's their right to apply to become members of NATO. But NATO is a political as well as a military alliance, and they would have to meet a number of criteria that would make them an acceptable part of the political alliance, just as the same way as they would need to fulfill criteria were they going to join the European Union. So I think that's some way off for Ukraine. I think Ukraine still has internal problems to deal with, not least a fairly widespread level of corruption that has plagued them for some time. Those things need to be dealt with. They can be dealt with. And Ukraine is, of course, as a free, democratic, sovereign nation, able to make its own choices.
On a slight tangent, why is there a need for NATO now? If we consider the Soviet threat has disappeared, and that maybe was the justification for the creation of the alliance, what is the real need for NATO now, especially if pretty much anyone can join it?
Well, pretty much anyone can't join it, otherwise we wouldn't be having this debate about Ukraine. There's the fact that Russia still has the largest number of nuclear weapons in the world, and they're still pointing at us. That's reason for NATO.
Do you believe Ukraine will ever get back the 20% that Russia holds right now of its land?
I don't think it's realistic to believe that Crimea will ever come back. I think that the Crimea probably disappeared when President Obama had the reset with Russia. I think that failure of deterrence probably meant that Crimea was lost. What happens with the territories that Russia's currently occupying remains to be seen. I don't think that Putin's going to give up the areas that the oblasts that he controls 100%, where you got Donetsk, for example, where there's still a split. That is more difficult to see. But there's got to be, if Ukraine loses territory, there's got to be something for Ukraine in that, and that's got to be that Putin can't move a centimetre further into Ukraine in the future.
When Donald Trump talks about a land swap, in your opinion, what does that mean? Because there doesn't seem to be anything to swap for. Well,
it's not a swap. It's the aggressor being able to keep the territory they have taken by force. I mean, it's not really what we think about as a swap. You've got principle and you've got the brutal reality facing off here. The principle should be that no aggressor should be able to benefit from acts of war. But the truth on the ground is that you've got ruined parts of Ukraine that Russia is not going to give back, potentially ever. So that's where you get into negotiation. And that's where the credible guarantees of future security have to come in.
So, Liam, how do you regard the way European countries have come together as a sort of counterbalance to the US position when it comes to dealing with this matter?
I think that President Trump has been a wake-up call to Europe, but that's only because Europe wouldn't listen to previous wake-up calls. I remember as Defense Secretary way back in 2010 sitting around the table at NATO with the American Defense Secretary Robert Gates, who would say, you cannot expect the American taxpayers to continually pay for Europe's defense while Europe spends its money on welfare and consumption. I mean, you now have the position where European countries make up 6%, 7% of the world's population, but 60% of social spending. Now, why should the American taxpayers fund that? So they've come late in the day to recognize they must spend more on defense, they must be more active in their own defense and not depend on riding on America's coattails. That's a good thing. That's a good wake-up call. And I think that they actually have responded quite well. And I think that British Prime Ministers, Boris Johnson, Rishi Sunak, and our current Prime Minister have all actually honourably filled the roles of good European leaders when it comes to understanding their responsibilities to the defence and security of the wider continent.
To what degree do you believe that Europe's unity in this matter, perhaps, as we've just discussed, is a result of American pressure rather than internal European fears that Russia has been proactive in the sense of a grey warfare in its tactics with Europe?
I think it's both. And I think that it depends where in Europe you are. If you are sharing a border with Russia, your view of your security post-Ukraine has very much diminished. So if you're in the Nordic states, the Baltic states, Poland, Romania, Hungary, and you're sitting looking right across the border at the country that has just by force taken part of Ukraine, killed tens of thousands of its armed forces, and killed and maimed civilians for no clear purpose. I think that you're probably a lot less sanguine about security than if you live in Western Europe.
But considering Russia's taken quite a toll in this conflict as well, it hasn't been the kind of few weeks affair that people thought it would be going into Ukraine, as Russia seemed to be so dominant. Does Europe really have that level of fear, grey warfare apart? Does it really have a fear that Russia could stretch itself out so far to try and destabilize or be involved in taking over other countries?
So what's the difference? The difference is that in Europe, we care about our armed forces. We would care about the human cost and the financial cost of a conflict like that. If you're Putin, he doesn't care. He's not answerable to his electorate. He's not answerable to a free media. There are no critics out there saying that the cost is too high. So just as, since you mentioned, taking an imperial view, the view of Russia was throw as many troops as needed into battle. And it doesn't matter what your casualties are. That's the view that Putin will take. I think the question that's very crucial in this is, at what point, even in Russia, does the loss become so acute, does the financial hardship become so great that the public will just not stomach the conflict?
But does he have the resources? Does Vladimir Putin have the resources? I mean, it's been proved that he's used North Korean troops to supplement his. Does he have the resources to take things further?
Well, he has an economy that's a war economy that will be unable to produce wealth. So the longer the war goes on, yes, there will be a toll that is there. But you have to understand the mind of Putin, his imperialist, aggressive tendencies to want to control Ukraine, which he believes is Russia, remember, is greater than his fear of any domestic resistance to his program. That cannot last forever in the real world, but he can last for a long time. And as long as people are buying Russian oil and enabling him to fund his war, he will continue as best he can. And if that means releasing more prisoners from prison to go onto the front line, bringing people in from North Korea or any other favorable dictatorships around the world, that's what he'll do. And as long as the Iranians are helping him supply of weapons, missiles and drones, then he's got his allies on whom he can depend, at least for some time.
Since January of 2025 and Donald Trump's return to the White House, he seems omnipresent. With executive orders, he seems to be such a dominant figure in what's going on in the world. Do you get any sense that perhaps Europe has been kicked into a very underdog position in having a say in what's going on here?
I think to an extent the reverse, possibly because of that great influence that President Trump has had, that European leaders have stepped up to the plate a bit, particularly on this, and they were not passive in this process. After the Alaska summit, they were very quick to get to Washington. So no, I don't take that view. And also, in the West, we have to understand the American political system. You've got a president newly elected in his second term. He's got control of the House of Representatives. He's got control of the Senate. But America has elections in November next year. That could change.
But still, looking at the sort of global optics, can Europe kind of step out of Donald Trump's shadow?
Europe needs to make some changes. I mean, Europe needs to be looking at its trading practices, for example. Whatever you think of the president's tariff policy, he's got a point when it comes to the EU, that the EU has been using non-tariff barriers and technical barriers to trade as an alternative to financial tariffs. So, he's right that there needs to be change. Maybe we're just seeing a little inkling of the need for change. amongst European leaders.
Briefly putting on your international trade secretary hat, the one you wore for a while, does the level of tariffs, though, that Donald Trump talks about and the way he threatens them, is that good global practice when it comes to economics?
It has a different impact depending on the sort of economy you're dealing with. If you put tariffs on a country that only sells basic commodities, that has no value added, then you will definitely harm those economies. And I think that whatever the financial plus that the administration sees for the United States, you have to weigh that up against what if I make it more difficult for developing countries to trade their way out of poverty? Will that trigger a wave of global migration, which is the one thing that I also don't want in policy? So sometimes I think that in Western governments, the people who make the economic policy and the people who make the security policy don't properly talk to one another, and the dots don't really get joined up.
Going back to the Russia-Ukraine conflict, there is a feeling among many people that the world has let Ukraine down, was slow to act, hasn't been decisive enough as a community. Where is the rest of the world in this? We've talked about America, we've talked about Europe. What about other countries around the world? Where are the others? Where's China in all of this?
Well, China, I don't think is particularly bothered that the West and Russia are daggers drawn. That's not in the disinterest, if you want to put it that way, of China. Others are much less concerned. They see that as a European issue. I think that Ukraine was let down when we did not deter Russian aggression. And if I was to put my finger on it, I think that the reset under the Obama presidency with Putin was the ultimate failure of Western deterrence, and I think much has flowed from that.
But is there also a tendency at a global level for countries to become introspective now? The US, of course, seems to be so much more introspective under Donald Trump, of course, his Make America Great Again policy. Is that what's happening? Are we deglobalizing?
Well, I think at the political level, there is a tendency for countries to become much more introspective, to become, if not isolationist, at least more nationalist. And yet, at the same time, in the real global economy, we have had such a level of integration of supply chains that the idea of pulling those apart would cause so much disruption as to be not worth any economic gain that might come. And so again, you've got the world of politics and the world of business not necessarily being in the same place. I'm with the world of business. I think ultimately it's those interests that will be longer lasting, and they will be to the benefit, particularly of those parts of the world who don't yet share in the good luck of the wealthiest.
Well, that's almost the perfect segue, talking about your role in business, to discuss your role as the chairman of the Abraham Accords from the UK perspective. Tell me about the work that's being done, because you're now planning to launch a fund as well.
So we have something called the Abraham Accords Prosperity Group. It basically has 4 pillars. The Abraham Accord Prosperity Fund, which is an investment fund that we plan to launch in the near future. A project called REACH, run by the NAS group of companies, talking directly to young people in English and Arabic in the region to say, you should have opportunity. We will give you the chances to grasp that opportunity, but to talk to them in a language that is much more familiar and through social media. We also have a think tank network, including Trends in the UAE, including the Amadeus Institute in Morocco. And we have, fourthly, our advisory council, the great and the good, helping to guide us and promote us. And we're building those. And we're doing that because if you want to effect change, it can't be done just by a financial instrument. You've got to create an ecosystem which is sustainable. I've agreed to chair this grouping for 10 years. My wife thinks I'm mad, and maybe she's right. She usually is. But we need to show commitment, long-term commitment. Part of the problem is that the initiatives that we have had are very top-down. Where is the benefit on the Arab street, for example, of these initiatives? Unless young people can see that there will be something different for them, that they will get dignity and hope and opportunity from this, it is otherwise it's meaningless. And also, how do you put in place the mechanics over time that go beyond the the sort of democratic mandates of 3 or 4 years that Western governments tend to have? How do you give investors confidence? How do you give young people confidence that they genuinely have friends out there who are in it for the long term? That's what we're trying to change.
The overarching issue, though, is that since October the 7th, 2023, anything that really concerns the Abraham Accords has taken quite a hit, certainly psychologically, on the Arab street. What kind of damage has it done to your goals, to your aims to try to create some kind of better world in that environment?
I don't think it changes our aims or our goals. It perhaps makes the environment in which we're doing it more difficult. But, you know, whatever happens, if you like, at the statecraft level, we still need to have a greater share of prosperity across the whole of the Middle East, North Africa region. And we need to ensure that younger people are able to share more in the prosperity that in Europe or the United States we would take for granted than they have been allowed to do in the past. And that means, how do we get more of the economic opportunity, for example, in the service industries, instead of countries buying business services from Europe or America? Why are we not trying to create more of them in those countries themselves?
Who do you see contributing to this fund?
Well, we have a number of high net worth individuals, but I would also like to see the sovereign wealth funds and institutions do something that they really can do, which is invest in peace. That's the real challenge for us.
And is it the sovereign wealth funds largely from the Middle East region, or do you see this as truly global?
Well, we've had a lot of interest in the United Kingdom and the United States, but in the region itself. And we have to encourage those in the region to invest in the future of the region. And we have to ensure that, as I often say, if you've got the same DNA as your parents and you make the same choices as your parents, you end up in the same place. And we can't afford that. We need to break that. Here we are in the United Kingdom, a country massively shaped by our history. But there are those in the Middle East who are not shaped by their history. They're prisoners of their history. We need to help them break out of that.
Just a final thought then. Are you getting the sense that ears are open to your requests and your pleas for some kind of progress?
I think that people are recognizing that we cannot continue as we are. We have to create a different future, and we're not passengers in that future. We can be the prime movers in our own destiny, and we can choose to effect change if we want. And people will say, well, this is a terrible time to be launching a project like that. Well, is there a good time to launch a project like that? And if you're looking at the long term, you have to start somewhere. And I hope that those who support our aims will support our program, because it's something that has to be done as a whole global community if we're to achieve the results that we want. And its benefits will not just be felt in the Middle East, they'll be felt globally. And that should be as much an attraction to us as anything else.
Well, Sir Liam, I wish you luck. Thank you very much for joining me, sir.
Pleasure.
That was Sir Liam Fox, the former UK Defence Secretary, talking about the latest situation in the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. That's it for this edition of the show. Don't forget to subscribe and leave your comments. From me and the team in London, thanks for watching. I'll see you next time.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Welcome, Admiral Cooper, with us. And of course, this is one of your very important trips. Would you tell us what are your priorities as the new CENTCOM commander, and why are these priorities important?
Well, first, it's great to be here in the Arab Republic of Egypt. It's great to spend some time with you. This is my first interview in my capacity, so it's a great honor to spend time with you and the people of the region. As to your question specifically, I think Bright Star 25 is a great example of Egypt, in this case, bringing together more than 40 countries from around the world and focusing on interoperability and strengthening partnership, strengthening this great relationships, and doing it in a unique way at a very large scale. So I came here to be able to shine a light on the good work that's been done by the Egyptian military. Our commitment as part of this, more than 1,700 Americans, I think is a strong symbol of our great bilateral relationship as part of this overall exercise. Well, I think it's always important to train together, and we are at our best when we're actually shoulder to shoulder, and this is exemplified in Bright Star 25. We literally are shoulder to shoulder, more than 40 countries, thousands of men and women on the land, in the air, and at sea. It's a very unique exercise. And I'm here to demonstrate the U.S. commitment to the exercise. 4 years ago, we had about 600 troops here. Now we have more than 1,700. So I think you see the importance of this, not just for the United States, not just for the United States and Egypt, but I think it's a great example where we have a partner, in this case Egypt, bringing so many countries together. The U.S. is helpful, but Egypt is leading it. This is a great model for the rest of the region that I look to replicate in other parts.
Okay, how does this exercise fit into the regional security? The security of this whole region now it's at stake at many places. So how does this exercise fit into the security of the region?
Well, I think it's a key exercise, and it sets a great example of what we want exercises to look at in the future. Led by our partners, integrated with the United States, but integrated with as many partners as we can. In this case, more than 40 partners, thousands of men and women, and we're doing it not just in one dimension or domain. It's in the air with multiple partners. It's on sea with multiple partners, and it's on the land. That's very sophisticated. It's difficult to pull together, but I think it's a great example of what we want the future to look like.
Okay. The region, as you know, of course, is facing ongoing wars and threats. So can you describe the significance of this training just under this regional threats that we're facing on daily basis now?
I think the uniqueness of Bright Star 25 can be summed up in three ways. Its scope, its scale, and the complexity. There are not many countries in the world that could pull this together like Egypt has done, and I give high credit to the Egyptian military for being able to do that and do it in such a way that we advance our interoperability. And I think that's the key to future regional cooperation and security, bringing forces together from around the world, certainly partners around the region, and integrating them in a unique way to enhance the security.
Okay, how does the United States rely on Egypt to help maintain regional stability and, of course, combat terrorism?
Well, of course, the United States and Egypt have had a decades-long strategic relationship. In my case, I'm very familiar with our military-to-military relationship. I've been here many, many times over the years. This is actually my fourth Bright Star exercise, 3 times previously at sea, and this time observing from land. And actually, I'm a second-generation Bright Star veteran. My father served in Bright Star more than 40 years ago. So I think this is a great example professionally of sophistication and complexity coming together, and then personally for me, an opportunity to say thank you to the great people of Egypt for all that you do each and every day to enhance this important
You said that your father was here, so this exercise started in 1980. How did you see the development of this Bright Star exercise through so many years, 4 decades now?
Well, I think most notably, the number of nations participating has grown year after year. Just 2 years ago, there were 34 nations. This year, there's more than 40. I think if you look around the world, you don't see many examples where a nation, in this case, the great Egyptian military, can bring that many countries together. So I think that's the most notable increase, the number of nations participating. And I'll also add the complexity. You know, watching the complexity of operating literally side by side is quite impressive. It doesn't happen like this all the time, but it's been happening in this exercise.
It is very difficult.
It's a challenge. As you can just imagine, coordinating multiple different countries to achieve the same results is extremely complex. I would argue it's one of the most complex things our militaries do. And as we have seen this week, it's been done flawlessly, led by the Egyptian Armed Forces.
And what do you hope to accomplish on your first trip as the CENTCOM commander, of course? What do you hope to accomplish now? And why Egypt as well?
Yeah, well, first and foremost, I want to shine a light on the great model that's been on display here with the Egyptian military of bringing so many countries together, training side by side, strengthening cooperation and interoperability. It's also an opportunity for me to visit with both senior civilian and senior military leaders and talk about matters on a bilateral basis. This was a great opportunity to do it. I very much enjoyed my time. It's been indispensable, and I'm looking forward to what I think is going to be a very bright future. We would all recognize this region is very busy. There's a lot going on in the region, and I think that, given the volume of activities happening in the region, it makes it even more important to continue these type of training exercises together, in this case, led by Egypt, with so many countries involved, so many opportunities to increase our interoperability. These are the things that we want to be able to continue to do in the future, and that's why I'm here. It's great to be back here in Egypt. This is probably my 10th time I've been here in the last couple of years. I've had the privilege of visiting Egyptian cities and towns all around the country, mostly along the coast, but some time here in Cairo as well. And each time I visited here, I've got a greater appreciation for the rich culture and rich heritage, and it's just so wonderful to be back. So thank you for the opportunity.
Admiral Cooper, I'll say thank you so much for your time and for the honor of giving us your first interview.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Copenhagen. Roam around the city of Copenhagen and you'll find anything and everything to suit your tastes and interests. Denmark's capital is filled with historical landmarks, architectural sites, and museums that speak of its culture. What to do in Copenhagen? Visit the famous Little Mermaid, of course. The diminutive stature of this bronze-cast Hans Christian Andersen heroine is considered the city's most iconic landmark. Many who've seen it will come home with a postcard or a photo of the great replica. Then, of course, you should sample its best and most iconic dishes. The Danish, or also known as the New Nordic Kitchen, is in fact known as among the world's best. It offers a modern take on the traditional Danish cuisine that uses seasonal local produce that's organic and climate-friendly. It's highly recommended that you visit one of its best kitchens and gourmet markets for an authentic culinary experience. Meanwhile, for entertainment, Copenhagen is highly praised for its jazz music. It has also become a means to express voices on certain issues such as racial tolerance and free thought. American jazz musicians have actually made the city their home since the 1960s. Since then, it has become one of the characteristics Copenhagen is known for. It's got top-notch jazz clubs, open-air concerts, events, and international jazz festivals are held here on a regular basis. Another landmark that reflects the city's culture and history is Christiania. The autonomous free town Christiania was founded in 1971. It is the site of an abandoned military camp that has continued its existence for over 4 decades. As an effect, the city of Copenhagen has come to be known as the liberal and free-thinking capital. A visit to the city will definitely teach you some of the remarkable stories of its history. Not to be missed are the canals, of course. 1. There are the painted houses on the canal side. Make sure to visit Nyhavn, a former sailor's haunt transformed into a lovely summertime tourist trap. Then there's also Gammel Strand, where a street market adds a lively air during the summer. And finally, Christianshavn, which is filled with canals. It has earned the nickname of Little Amsterdam. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Chicago. Chicago, the Windy City. There's just anything and everything to do about town. Need a lowdown of the top spots in Chicago? Nestled along the shores of Lake Michigan, the city has become a destination known for its vibrant art scene, cultural attractions, excellent shopping, and majestic architecture. The city's art and architecture takes cues from 20th century design. Architects Louis Sullivan and Frank Lloyd Wright, and artists like Picasso, Miro, Dubuffet, and Chagall are the known design mavens who've beautified the city. There's the Art Institute of Chicago, a world-class museum that holds thousands of art masterpieces. Its collection dates from thousands of years back, including paintings, prints, photography, sculptures, and even architectural drawings, textiles, and decorative art. Surely a feat for the eyes. Impressionist and post-impressionist paintings, including Georges Seurat's 1884 A Sunday Afternoon on La Grande Jatte, Renoir's 1879 Acrobats at the Cirque Fernando, and numerous paintings by Claude Monet are among the popular ones in the museum. The city isn't short of spectacular sports events too. There's the Chicago Bears in American football, the Chicago White Sox and Cubs in baseball, and who wouldn't forget the Chicago Bulls in basketball? The Millennium Park is also a hip place to visit, being a venue for many creative events. The park has a pavilion for outdoor concerts, an interactive fountain, plus a huge garden and plaza. Chicago also boasts of the famous Michigan Avenue, one of the most attractive boulevards in the U.S. Here, you will chance upon rows and rows of galleries, boutiques, and luxury shops. People often drop by the Wrigley Building, the famous Tribune Tower, and the John Hancock Center. The Navy Pier, which dates back to 1916, is another famous tourist spot. It's got up to 50 acres of gardens, attractions, restaurants, shops, concert venues, botanical gardens, and parks. There's a huge Ferris wheel and a carousel, too. There's a 3D IMAX theater and the Chicago Shakespeare Theater for classical performances. The pier is most known for its sightseeing tours and excursions. Better catch one during your visit. Last but not least are the destinations for learning. Visit the Museum of Science and Industry or the Field Museum of Natural History for some educational fun. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
It would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was chief of staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story. Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. The manhunt continues for Charlie Kirk's killer as a conservative activist and influencer is shot during a university appearance. Peter Mandelson, the UK's ambassador to the United States, is sacked over his links to Jeffrey Epstein. And the UK announces it's producing advanced drones to help Ukraine defend itself from Russian airstrikes. A manhunt continues for the person responsible for fatally shooting right political activist and Trump ally Charlie Kirk. The 31-year-old was appearing at a university in Utah when a gunman opened fire. Officials believe the shot came from a rooftop. President Trump said he's filled with grief and anger at the heinous assassination, calling it a dark moment for America. Earlier today, during a 9/11 memorial in Virginia, Trump announced he was awarding Kirk with the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Take a listen.
Charlie was a giant of his generation, a champion of liberty, and an inspiration to millions and millions of people. Our prayers are with his wonderful wife, Eric, and his beautiful children. Fantastic people they are. We miss him greatly, yet I have no doubt that Charlie's voice and the courage he put into the hearts of countless people, especially young people, will live on. I'm pleased to announce that I will soon be awarding Charlie Kirk posthumously the Presidential Medal of Freedom. The date of the ceremony will be announced, and I can only guarantee you one thing, that we will have a very big crowd. Very, very big.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Shane McGinley, news editor at Arabian Gulf Business Insight, and correspondent Sarah Firth, who is over in Washington. Sarah and Shane, great to have you on the show. Sarah, let's start with you. The manhunt is still underway in the US.
Yes, Leigh Ann, and what we've seen is some significant developments throughout the course of the day here. You've had the FBI come out in an earlier press conference saying that they had good video footage of who they think is the suspected shooter. They've also now released images of this man. They're calling for the public to help in any way they can through the tip line, urging them, if they recognise this person, if there's any information they have that could be useful, to get in touch. And they've also, Leigh Ann, put up $100,000 reward for any information that might lead to an arrest. Now, in one of those images that was released, you see a man. It's thought he's been described as college age. He's wearing a baseball cap pulled down low over his face. He's wearing sunglasses to shield his face. He's wearing dark clothing, carrying a rucksack, and it appears to be an image taken from CCTV footage in some kind of a stairwell. Now, the FBI had also said earlier in the day that they had been tracking that suspect's movements from before he arrived on campus to arriving on campus, going up to the roof where it's thought the shot was taken, and then fleeing into some woods nearby. They say that they've recovered the weapon that they say is a high-powered rifle, and they are continuing that manhunt today. And actually, Leigh Ann, in just the last sort of 15 minutes or so, there was a news conference that was scheduled for 2:45 p.m. Eastern Time to provide an update on this investigation. Well, officials have released a statement saying, due to the rapid developments in our investigation, we'll be suspending this. We'll release an updated time later today, and that's by the Utah Department of Public Safety. So clearly, things are developing very fast throughout the course of the day. We're expecting an update from those authorities a little later on.
Sarah, thank you so much for that update. And the FBI also did offer a $100,000 reward for finding the killer. And as Sarah said there, FBI has a lot of information which it has released today. But Shane, earlier we did see Donald Trump, and I felt today that he looked like he was grieving. He was very close to Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk was a man who visited the White House a lot, had a lot to do with the Donald Trump administration as a whole and helping the Trump administration. But the big questions, and everyone is asking these questions, America right now, is America at a tipping point after this political assassination of such a big figure?
Well, yeah, he's a huge figure, and I'm not really I don't agree with a lot of his politics, but I did decide after I thought a lot about it to look up online, and I saw the video that's it's sort of available everywhere of the actual incident when he died, and it is really quite shocking. A lot of it was sort of fuzzed out, and I think the reason I did that is because you want to kind of remember at the end of the day, even if you don't agree with any of his politics, it's still a man at the end of the day, and it's a father and a son, and he has a wife, Erica, and as Donald Trump said, he's got a 1-year-old son and a 3-year-old daughter. And I think that's what people need to remember at the end of the day, even if you completely 100% disagreed with every single thing he said on sort of race, abortion, everything that he spoke about. It's still a man whose life has been taken. And I thought there was a really great interview that was with Kim Leadbeater, who's a British MP, and she's also the sister of Joe Cox, who was a British MP who was murdered in sort of political circumstances almost a decade ago. And you kind of think that was a decade ago in the UK, and if anything, the UK and the world has gotten even more divisive and has gotten worse since. So while I would like to think that this is a tipping point and people will sort of stop and think and sort of humanize these people, the sort of history shows us that they probably won't, and I think that's the unfortunate thing. And the problem, I think, is that yes, you're right that Donald Trump looks like he's grieving, and he described him as a friend and a hero and various sort of accolades, and he's now getting this presidential medal. But I think there needs to be a mass de-escalation of the tensions that are in America, and that needs to come from the top, and that needs to come from Donald Trump. But if you look at, I looked at his Oval Office statement, and he was still talking about how violence and murder are the tragic consequences of demonizing those who you disagree with. And he is 100% right on that. But the problem is that Donald Trump doesn't adhere to what he's just said, and he went on then to talk about the radical left. And I think if we want to have a proper tipping point in America, it needs to come from the top of the administration. There needs to be a massive de-escalation of tensions between the so-called left and right. And just remember that the left and right, they're both human beings. And I think there was a great quote that came from Kim Ledbetter, where she said that you can't replace tough conversations with violence. And I think that is like the word of the day. And I think it needs to come from Donald Trump. And if he really wants to get a Nobel Peace Prize, this is the opportunity to step up and get peace in his own country and sort of get everybody who's both on the left and the right to just sort of see the human in the other side. That is the big step, and I'm not entirely sure, going on what he said so far, that he's going to do that.
It is a big step forward, and a step
huge,
that many people will be wondering if can actually be done. But Sarah, you're over in Washington right now, and what is the feeling in Washington between everyone there in light of what's happened to Charlie Kirk?
There's still, guys, like a lot of sadness and shock here in the Capitol. The president, clearly you've heard in his statements that this is a very personal issue for him. He knew Charlie Kirk, who was a very prominent MAGA figure, a MAGA protege, really, very, very involved in the youth movement, the conservative youth movement. And so within President Trump's inner circle, within the White House circles, you've heard from the likes of Donald Trump's son, you've heard from the White House press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, and they're not just sharing condolences and condemnations of the attack, they're sharing their personal memories and experiences that they had with Charlie. Him and his family were known to the people in this administration. He was a friend to many of them. So the shock runs really deep. I think it's so important what Shane was pointing out there about this being, such a difficult moment for the country, and we're hearing those words, the president calling it a dark moment for America. But really there is a sense that this needs to be something that crosses the political divide, and there needs to be some way for the country to come together, because there is a really deep sense of unease here at the moment in the Capitol, and that echoed across the country actually right now in the aftermath of this killing of Charlie Kirk. This sense that there has been an uptick in political violence of this kind, and that that First Amendment right, freedom of speech, that Americans hold so dear, that is now seriously under threat with the rise in these types of attacks. You had last year the president's assassination attempt against him. You've had a number of other incidents too. And I think, Shane, we should touch on what you'd said earlier when we were discussing this briefly, that for America, certainly, but other countries, including the UK, this is a real change in sort of threat assessment. Today it's the 9/11 memorial. You've got anniversary and memorial taking place across the country, of course, in New York and here in Washington at the Pentagon as well, where the president attended. But, all this time later, 24 years later, and the threat situation has changed, and I think it is a moment for America to be looking internally and really questioning what they do now. And that is a question, guys, that I'm already hearing being asked in many of the circles here in Washington.
Yeah, exactly. I agree totally. What Sarah was saying is 24 years ago, it was the other side of the world that was the threat. While now it's America is pulling itself apart from the inside, and I think it just needs to come. Like, we've seen world leaders like Nelson Mandela step up, put divisions aside, and attempt to bring their country together. We've seen it in Northern Ireland. We've seen it in various parts of the world. So I would just really, really hope that Donald Trump takes the mantra and uses this. Like he was saying, it's a dark time for America, but it doesn't need to be a dark time. But I think it needs him to sort of step over. But I just don't really see it happening. I would love to see that as a fairy tale Disney style ending, but I think it's just going to get worse, to be honest. And we've had these sort of political threats in America before. If you remember, Nancy Pelosi's husband was attacked. There was a Minnesota lawmaker who was even killed. And America's moved on. And like I said earlier, in Britain with the Joe Cox incident 10 years ago, I would say Britain's in a worse, more divisive state now. So I don't mean to be doom and gloom, but I would really like something positive to come out of this, if possible.
But as you and Sarah have both said, there's lots of questions right now about what happens in the coming days and how America does react to the shock that has almost stunned everyone to a lot of a degree. A very high-profile figure, Charlie Kirk, across social media. He had a massive following. We can't forget this. 7.3 million followers on TikTok alone, 7 million on Instagram, 5 million on X, 3.5 million on YouTube. It wasn't only America where he had a name, it was globally, and now it's about the communities trying to come together and trying to move forward. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that, Sarah and Shane. Let's move on to another story now. And Peter Mandelson, the UK's ambassador to the United States, has been sacked today following allegations over his relationship with sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Questions had been asked about Mandelson's link to the disgraced financier after birthday messages and emails became public earlier this week. Yesterday, the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer stood by his man in Washington. But today, Starmer has withdrawn him from his post. Here's how the news broke in Parliament earlier today.
Mr. Speaker, in light of additional information in emails written by Peter Mandelson, the Prime Minister has asked the Foreign Secretary to withdraw him as ambassador to the United States. The emails show, Mr. Speaker, that the depth and extent of Lord Mandelson's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein is materially different from that known at the time of his appointment. In particular, Mr. Speaker, Lord Mandelson's suggestion that Jeffrey Epstein's first conviction was wrongful and should be challenged is new information.
Shane, yesterday I was watching PMQs and Kemi Badenoch pushing Keir Starmer quite staunchly on what he knew about Mandelson and when. Keir Starmer absolutely defended Mandelson, said he was staying in his post. 24 hours later, well,
he's gone. You kind of wonder what was in those emails that suddenly came out of the woodwork, and it's all related to this sort of birthday book, which was done for Jeffrey Epstein's 50th birthday and was organised, and there was various sort of people sort of wrote it. And I think there was roughly like 7 pages of Mandelson, and there was the image of him. Remember the famous one in the bathrobe of smiling at Epstein. So, and we should point out that Mandelson has denied doing any wrongdoing. He was saying that he was just friends with this gentleman for a little bit too long, and that it was a bad decision. But I think when you read this birthday book, it's quite creepy, the language that he uses, and he's going on saying, you know, I think the world of you and how close they were as friends. So at the end of the day, you know, being friends with a paedophile is not illegal. It's just, I think, when we have elected figures and politicians, you kind of hold them to a higher moral standard. And I think it kind of shows into the character of the man and what kind of decisions he makes. So I think that's why people have gotten so upset about it, and that's why he had to go. And it's just really bad timing for Starmer. He's lost his deputy Prime Minister not so long ago in another sort of scandal, and then the cabinet has been reshuffled. And, you know, it's not good optics at all.
It's not good optics. Lord Mandelson, as we know, second senior figure to be forced from government in less than a week, and the 11th in less than a year. It has been one tricky year for Keir Starmer to try and wade through. But Sarah, I also think what's quite interesting when we look at this story is the victims, and we can't forget that, are at the very heart of the story. And right now it appears to just be turning into a political scandal. And this comes ahead of Donald Trump's visit to the UK.
Yes, Leigh Ann, it's such an important point. You know, recently we saw a number of those victims, those women, very bravely taking to Capitol Hill, standing up, trying to make their voices heard, because they've been very open about the fact that they do feel like their stories of survival have been overshadowed. And there is a real sense that the focus needs to be put back on those people who've suffered here at the hands of Epstein and his associates. And remember, many of them we still don't know about. The victims, the women, they have said openly they are afraid to name names because of the power and wealth of some of these individuals that are alleged to have been involved in Epstein and some of these crimes. So there is still so much information that remains behind closed doors. We know there is a massive push from many here in America, not just Democrats, Republicans too, are calling for transparency. They're trying to push a vote through that will force the hand of the government to release all of the FBI documents, those so-called Epstein files. You know, remember President Trump had promised, he ran on a platform really of bringing transparency to the situation, and he's backtracked on that somewhat. He's had his name dragged into the mix with this, allegations that his note was part of that birthday book. That's allegations which he's denied, calling that letter that appears with his signature fake. He's launched a lawsuit against the newspaper that reported evidence of that letter. This is just, you know, all around a very, very tricky situation. But you're right, Leigh Ann. I think there does need to be a focus with all these big headlines. Trump, Mandelson now being fired, the state visit coming up. You know, what can get lost in the mix is the stories of these survivors, and there are many of them. And we haven't even had the full scope of detail of what they suffered at the hands of Epstein. And as yet, unnamed people that we're just told have a lot of wealth and power.
I think a lot of questions are also being asked, Shane, right now. What does this do for the special relationship between the US and the UK? Because Donald Trump's coming for a second state visit. As Sarah was alluding to, Epstein's not losing steam in America. And we see that, and it's not going away despite the Trump administration trying to almost close the door on it.
No, the Epstein story is just the one that keeps on giving if when you work in the media. It was the U.S. Congress that that released this, and so you kind of think, what more is going to come out? Are they going to release something on day 2 when he's shaking hands with with King Charles or something like that? Like, it's going to be the shadow that's hanging over sort of the Trump administration until he's finished, or they just release everything and we can all see that it was actually quite uninteresting. So I think to be honest, I think everyone's become immune to a lot of these things the way the world is at the moment. So I think it'll be a little bit of scandal, there'll be a little bit of awkwardness, but I think we'll have forgotten about Peter Mandelson very, very quickly, because the news cycle will move on. Something will happen in Gaza.
I do wonder, though, guys, I wonder if the American media and the state visit are going to pick up on the fact that, OK, the British Prime Minister fired Mandelson for his links to Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah. Like, the question, surely someone will have to put it to President Trump, like, you've also been linked to Jeffrey Epstein. What are you going to do? What are the repercussions for you? So it's just, I think it's pretty embarrassing for them all round, isn't it?
I think undoubtedly journalists will be looking to ask that question to Donald Trump on his state visit. The state visit is only going to be 2 days, and we are hearing a lot of it will be behind closed doors. And I wonder if there's some more we can read between the lines when it comes to that story. But also, just bigger picture, we're talking about Jeffrey Epstein and the association with his name.
Yeah.
But despite this, Keir Starmer still chose to use Jeffrey Epstein's associate, Peter Mandelson, to be the ambassador.
Yeah, I was quite shocked when he was chosen in the first place, because he doesn't have a clean record in his political career at all. When he was in the British Parliament, there was scandal as well. When he was in the EU Commission, I think it was, there was scandal. So I think it did seem like an unusual appointment, and it didn't really sort of fit with the sort of person that Trump knew. But maybe they knew each other from back in the days. Again, we don't know any allegations of how Trump is related to Epstein, so I'm not going to go into that anyway. But it did seem like the most unusual appointment, and also I think Keir Starmer's kind of learned his lesson now that, yes, he may be known as the Prince of Darkness and maybe good at diplomacy, but you need to look at the character of the person that's behind it, because he can't afford any more scandals. Like you said, 11 people have gone by the wayside. You don't want to get to 12 before Christmas.
And I think there's been big questions asked. Next week will be the Labour Party conference.
Yeah.
And people are saying, is Keir Starmer the right person to see this term out? And that's been a big question, because let's not forget, the Reform Party in the UK held their conference last weekend.
Yeah.
They are absolutely killing it in the polls. They're way ahead of the Tories and ahead of Labour. And Keir Starmer's got to be really careful here.
Oh, completely. And like, I think the problem is as well is it's not the actual scandal, it's the handling of it. And the way with the Angela Rayner ones, well, that dragged on for days and days. Like, that should have been, wrapped up pretty quickly. The same with the Mandelson one. Yesterday he was defending him. Today he's gone. It's just, it kind of doesn't, it's not really the sort of person that you're going to trust with sort of the nuclear codes and to make a quick decision on things when he's dallied over some major political moves. Like, I wouldn't trust him to play chess or anything like that, for example.
Sarah, one quick thought from you. Epstein files, do they all just need to be released to get the story away from the Trump administration and from casting a shadow over the British government?
That is what so many people here in the capital in DC are calling for, not just Democrats, Republicans. They think the only way to close the chapter here is to release everything and for full transparency. But it's the man on the top job of their own party, President Trump, who it seems has been a block to that action happening. He wants the story to go away. It's not, look, I like that Shane's sort of resurrecting that old Prince of Darkness nickname that Mandelson had. This was seen by many as a ticking time bomb that has exploded in Keir Starmer's face. Hugely embarrassing for him. The timing could not be worse. On both sides of the Atlantic, Donald Trump is probably going to face some pretty tough questions on that state visit, calling for exactly that, Leigh Ann, people calling for that transparency and the story not seeming to go away until they get it.
And also calling for Keir Starmer's transparency on what he knew when with Mandelson's links to Epstein. Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Now let's move on. The UK will start producing advanced interceptor drones to defend Ukraine against Russia airstrikes. Designed in Ukraine and supported by Britain, the weapons will have the capacity to destroy Moscow's ongoing aerial assaults. Sarah, let's start with you, because this announcement comes at a really pivotal time, because obviously we've talked about Russia's provocation of the West. Do we need to see more actions like this actually being taken by countries who are supporting Ukraine?
Well, Ukrainians will be very relieved to see this development with the announcement by the UK. They're going to be mass producing these advanced interceptor drones. Now, this is part of an initiative under a technology sharing agreement with Kiev, and it's really come at a very critical time. You know, the movements have been in place to get this off the ground, and in the meantime we've seen those developments with the Russian drones incursion into Polish airspace. You know, the Polish Prime Minister calling this the sort of nearest that they've come to open confrontation since World War II. There is a sense that Russia's escalating when it comes to using this type of technology, and so really critical, because what we saw in the wake of Russia seeming to be testing NATO's red lines was Ukraine's President Zelensky saying, look, we don't just need words of condemnation here. We don't need empty threats. We need solid action. This is the type of solid action that they will be wanting to see. And remember, guys, you know, at the start of this in 2022, when Russia launched that full-scale invasion, one of the critical mistakes that we now know they made is that they undertook a sort of traditional land warfare tactics, you know, with heavy tanks and artillery overland, and it simply got them stuck. And we saw Ukraine mount this quite remarkable offensive against them. And the drone technology that they used at the time, the ability that they had to really utilize this cheap form of technology and weaponry, really saw them be able to hold off the Russian advance. A huge number, a huge percentage of the casualties throughout the course of the conflict on Russia's side have been attributed to the use of these types of drones. So, you know, in Ukraine right now, absolutely critical that we've seen this development, this investment from the UK. They'll be working with Ukrainian scientists developing this technology, as well as British scientists, mass producing this to get that crucial weaponry to Ukraine as it struggles to contain the threat from Russia and hold off those Russian forces on the ground from making further advances. But, you know, wider, guys, you know, globally, this is changing the nature of warfare potentially. And here in the US, that's raising some questions about whether or not America might be a little bit behind here when it comes to this kind of technology.
And Shane, really, Sarah is right, and
Yeah.
many people are having this conversation. Major shift in warfare when it comes to drones, and we've really seen that being highlighted in this war between Russia and Ukraine. The
Yeah.
technology has advanced quite rapidly, and it will change possibly the face of warfare as we go forward.
Yeah, completely. Like one of my colleagues at AGBI is looking into this subject at the moment and defence spending, and I've already read the draft copy, and it's interesting where it does say that a lot of the time it was down to, you know, sort of massive, big sort of jets and planes and sort of ships and things. But now all you need is a couple of thousand drones, because you could spend like 10 million on a tank, but it can be taken out by a couple of thousands of a drone, which is simplifying it, but that is how it is. So it's changing the psychology of it as well, because if we looked at sort of Operation Spiderweb, which was when you can sit in Ukraine and you can send a load of drones and take out sort of...
most of the Russian...
Exactly. But you could do that in terms of warfare wherever. So it dehumanizes the enemy as well, because it's like playing like a computer game where you're just looking at coordinates. You can send the drones. Before you had to actually almost sort of look at them across, if you think about World War II and the trenches type thing, like that's all completely gone. So it changes the amount of investment that you need to get all of these drones, but also it means that you can have a lot more impact. And even if you look at the numbers, like, for example, like the global tank market is around sort of like 2 billion, but then in terms of global drone market, you're up to like 40, and that's anticipated to double by the end of the decade. So there's going to be these military drones kind of used a lot more, and I think, unfortunately, it'll make warfare probably like a little bit too easy and less investment, which I don't think is a good thing.
It's an interesting place that we're moving into.
Yeah.
I do really believe that, because I had a conversation earlier with Major General Chip Chapman, and he was really interesting because he said these drones that are going to be made are also have artificial intelligence.
Yeah.
So it's like you're saying, people can be completely removed from where the action is actually happening.
Yeah.
A fascinating conversation, Sarah and Shane. Let's move on to another story now. And South Africa's highest court has said husbands can now take the surname of their wives, overturning a law that barred them from doing so. The country's constitutional court ruled that the law amounted to gender-based discrimination. Parliament will now have to amend the Births and Deaths Registration Act in order for that ruling to take effect. Shane, let's start with you, because really...
It's fascinating.
It's fascinating, but also a massive milestone.
Yeah, exactly. So it came about because there was two different couples. One of them was a gentleman called Henry van der Meer, and his wife was Janet Jordan. He decided that he wanted to take her name, probably because there's less letters in it. It's easier to scroll, I think. And then there was another couple where they wanted to actually double barrel both of their surnames in it, and this was turned down. And so they're looking now to sort of overturn this, because I think, 95% of married couples end up taking the husband's name, I think, anyway, most of the time. So I kind of think, but it's unusual that it was actually banned in a country. I had a look, and I couldn't really find too many other countries that have this similar. So it is a step forward if you want to look at it from, say, like a feminist perspective in South Africa. But the coalition court, when I looked at the article, had an interesting point, and they were saying that long before in African culture that women retained their birth names and their children often took the female name, but then they described it as, and this is their words, not mine, European colonizers came in and imposed Western cultures. So it's almost like they're going back to the old African ways, which I think that's the positive way. But I still think most South Africans will probably either keep their surname or take the husband's name. I don't think there's many South African men that are going to be taking and following the example of Henry van der Meer and moving to Henry Jordan. I think it'll still be, probably like almost 100%. I don't know, you probably know more.
Well, I was going to say that I was actually born in Zimbabwe, grew up in Africa, and I was having a look at this story because I found it extremely fascinating, especially when it comes to gender equality within African countries, because Africa is still very much a man's world. It's male-dominated when it comes to the top jobs, even though women are starting to make good inroads in the country. But I spoke to a lot of my friends and they said, no way.
So you can't think of a single African man who would take a surname of his bride?
I can't think of anyone. And I did ask all my friends and nobody said yes to that question. And Sarah, I don't know what you think about this debate because it's such a hot topical one when it comes to different cultures and different religions. And has there been any criticism of this?
Well, I think one of the criticisms is potentially how much was this called for, how much was it needed? As you said, it's not something really that you're expecting a lot of South African couples to utilise, and there are certainly bigger issues when it comes to sort of gender equality that potentially could have perhaps been tackled first. But of course, it's not just South African couples, South African men. Around the world, there's not many, if any, that I can think of the top of my head. Cultures where you have men traditionally taking the woman's surname, right? So even in the West, it's not something that is particularly common. I can't think of anyone that I know where the man has taken the woman's surname. I don't know about you guys. I mean, when I got married, I kept mine. I think time to fess up. Shane, would you take a wife's surname?
I didn't have to. Luckily, my wife jumped straight away and took McGinley, like almost in a second. I was almost suspicious.
We love her. Yeah, we love your wife. She made your life easy.
Good for her.
I'm not married. I've never married. So I've never actually had to come across this. So Leigh Ann Gerrans is born and bred. Nothing's changed. And I don't know right now at this very tender age if I would take someone's surname at this stage. But I do think it's an interesting debate. But I would actually like to retain my surname because it's my identity. I've worked as Leigh Ann Gerrans. It's my professional name too. And my name is really important to me because I only have a sister, so there's no males to carry on that lineage. And I think for us, it would actually be quite nice if I married, for them to take my surname. But
yeah, I think...
That's a beautiful point. I've only got sisters too. Yeah, that's a great point. I'm keeping my name.
Yeah, we're the girls. We've got to do it for us.
Well, yeah, I did ask my sisters, I was like, did you sort of feel like you were letting go of something when you dropped McGinley and they took on other surnames? They didn't seem really that. They didn't see them. But I don't plan to have children, and my brother has one son, so he's the left one standing. So he's going to be the only one to keep on the McGinley name. But I looked it up in America, and the latest survey I could find was 2023, and only 5% of men took their wife's name compared to 79% of married Americans. And it's slightly up from a couple of years ago, but it's still only 5%. It's very, very, very small. Like I have heard of, I know of a couple in Dubai where they decided to go double barrel, and the husband took on the wife's name. So I think that's probably sort of progressive.
I think that's becoming a lot more popular to double barrel it. I've known a few people who've done that. The only thing, it just makes all the paperwork and the documents such a hassle, doesn't it? Because then you have to put the hyphen into everything, and I know because I've got one.
And I know a couple of female friends who wanted to take on their husband's name because they wanted their children and all of the family to have the same name, rather than have their children with a separate surname to them.
But just before I let this conversation go, because we are running out of time, Sarah, did you think that you'd take your husband's surname if it was like a really high up posh surname like
Kennedy?
Yeah, Kennedy or Goldsmith.
Well, I mean, you know what, guys? I was saying to you, because we were talking about how it came back to, it used to be about land rights. If my husband owned land that I was potentially, entitled to, I would be changing my name faster than you can imagine. We do actually end up in my household. We have the cultural debate because my husband's Turkish. So traditionally, the women do take the name, but I'm with you, Leigh Ann, paperwork. It's too much hassle.
But if he had land, we wouldn't be having this conversation.
If he had land. down that passport office.
All right. Now, it's that time of the show where Sarah and Shane bring us the stories of the day. What are the quirky stories that they have chosen for us? And you know, Shane, I always realise you do like to do quirky stories on books.
Yeah, well, I was quite intrigued by this one. It's not really that quirky. It's quite serious, and I think it's a big topic, and everyone needs to listen up.
OK, everyone.
There's a crime author called Sam Blake, and it's actually a woman called Vanessa Fox O'Loughlin. She lives in Ireland, and I've met her a few times. She's absolutely lovely. But she found out that on Amazon, I think we can say, but there are other digital book providers, we should add, that there was a lot of books that are out there that she hadn't written that had her name in it, and it was being promoted to her fan base, and she's extremely popular in Ireland. She goes to the top of the charts for, you know, decades. But so I think that you need to be vigilant that if you're being sent a book, is this actually the real author? Because even, I'm sure there's a lot of, like, say, Richard Osman fans out there, but there's 40 different fake versions of the Thursday Murder Club, which everyone's probably seen the movie. So you've got to be really careful, and I think this needs to be clamped down on, because I went on ChatGPT just before we came on air, and I said, could you write me an 80,000-word novel, and this is what I want in it? And it said it would probably take it maybe a couple of hours to get it ready for me. So I think that's really bad, and I'm a wannabe crime writer myself, and, you know, I don't want any fake versions of... I'd rather have one book out, but if fake, well, that's another story. So I think what I would take away from this story is that more needs to be done to what they're calling AI slop, and that's the technical term that they're using on the line for all of these fake books. So if you're a fan of an author, and even if Amazon promotes it to you, double check that this is actually a real version and it's not written by AI, and because none of that money will go into the author's pocket. It'll probably go into people who are, you know, less than honourable backgrounds. So that is the warning that I have for today. It's not really that quirky, but I think it's quite serious.
But it is really serious. And Sarah, I want to bring this conversation to you, because how on earth do they begin to police something like this? Because it's also been a really topical conversation when we look at the music world and artists and their songs being reproduced with AI, and it's become so massive now. How do we get a grip of it all?
Yeah, it's a really scary time. And I mean, these conversations always come up around new technologies, but it's clear that the development and the advancement of AI is far outpacing any of the kind of regulation right now. I mean, Shane, when you were talking about that, I was thinking, I'm an avid reader, but how would you know? Because perhaps after you'd bought it, you'd be aware, well, OK, this writing doesn't match up to the author. But by that time, you know, the crime's been committed, the money's in their pockets. I don't know. I'm with you, Shane. It's a really difficult one. And I think, you know, you're a sort of crime writer yourself. So I think, yeah, if you're looking to be published, the idea of someone being able to just take your name and put it on a piece of work that isn't yours, and if you're well-known, capitalise on that name, yeah, that's appalling and very difficult to know how on earth you police that.
But it's it's such an interesting topic, especially because I feel like what Sarah said is so true. AI is just moving so fast, and it's difficult to try.
Exactly, like if it can do it it can give you an 80,000-word novel of your choice in a couple of hours. That's a bit scary.
It will be better than my original writing. I'm not going to lie. So I'm sorry, you know, I'm not even trying here. Sarah, and let's move on to your story now. And it's actually lovely because it's about a new service dog helping a 9/11 first responder.
Yes, so this is Raphael Jarvis. He was a 9/11 responder, and his partner, Ben, who is a golden retriever who's been specially trained and is helping Raphael deal with his post-traumatic stress disorder diagnosis in the wake of those years that he spent on the site helping those 9/11 responders. You know, friends and family had picked up that he was showing signs of PTSD. He was then diagnosed. And this is really shining a light on the charity involved in this, Canines for Warriors. they had put up $30,000 towards the initial training period for these specialist dogs. Ben underwent this very, very intense training. I mean, it is just fascinating what specialist dogs can do. And I know, Leigh Ann, you're a dog lover. I'm not sure, Shane, if you love dogs. I'm a dog lover myself too. But I mean, you know, beyond them being just incredible, if you are a dog lover, knowing that connection and love and devotion, it's the fact that they're saving millions of lives with this specialist training in this way. So Raphael was down at that memorial today at the ceremony for 9/11 with his sidekick Ben, saying that it was only made possible because Ben makes him feel safe and has helped him so much on his journey.
And I always think that we don't deserve dogs. I've got 2 dogs. I'm like Sarah. Haven't been married, but I've got dogs, everyone. Just an announcement. But I always say that my dog saved me.
Yeah,
I don't know if that makes any sense, but I feel like when I got my dogs, and I always say this, my dogs saved me. They bring me so much joy. They bring me so much happiness. And just looking at that picture, you know, suffering from PTSD, it's so difficult for people to talk about, and how comforted and happy he looks with this beautiful dog who looks equally as happy. And it's just a good life for the dog and a good life for someone who's been really struggling.
No, it's a great story, and I definitely believe there is
I'm with you, Leigh Ann, yeah.
I don't have a dog because I live in an apartment, so I have a cat. But I definitely think, you know, even with cats who are seen as aloof, I think, you know, when I come home from writing about tariffs and the stock market and, you know, missiles landing in Doha, when she comes up and runs and sits on your chest for that, you just forget it all and you go, everything's fine now, and she purrs away. And so I definitely think, you know, you do hear a lot of sort of, you know, animals being used in that regard, or in nursing homes or in hospitals, and it definitely, you know, when it comes to mental health, it's definitely a good boost.
And we all love cats too.
Yeah, we do.
It's just so humbling. Yeah, it's so humbling, isn't it? I mean, Leigh Ann, you're right. I think golden retrievers over guys any day of the week. My golden hubby, I loved so dearly.
I remember.
But also, you know, it's just so humbling.
Dogs before dudes. I don't know if you've ever seen that, but anyway.
Dogs before dudes.
Dogs before dudes. What a great note to end on. Thank you so much to our guest, Shane McGinley, news editor at Arabian Golf Business Insight, and correspondent Sarah Firth. He was joining us there from Washington. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, and of course follow us on X. GNT with Michal Prendergast is coming up next. Goodbye and thank you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today with me, Michal Prendergast, and coming up in today's show, I'll be speaking with Mr. Wonderful Kevin O'Leary, investor and Shark Tank USA star, for the latest business updates out of the US. But first, I'm joined by Greg Swenson, the chair of Republicans Overseas, for his reaction to the appalling assassination of Conservative commentator Charlie Kirk last night. Thanks so much for your time, Greg. Charlie Kirk was brutally murdered last night. He's someone who you got to know quite well over the years. What was he like personally?
Just a really nice, warm person. And I wasn't close friends with him, but I'd met him on a few occasions, like, you know, at the GOP convention, the Republican convention last year in Milwaukee, and the inauguration, a couple of other, you know, political events. But he was really generous with his time. He was nice to everybody. He was even particularly nice to his people that didn't agree with him. And he always answered questions, even when they were adversarial. And so he was really cooperative with his audience, really inspiring to a young generation of conservatives, the so-called Gen Z, young adults, university students. So he not only converted them and helped persuade them to be conservative and to live a conservative lifestyle as well, but he gave permission. He made it okay for people that were already conservative to come out, to actually be honest in their university or in their classrooms or even in their jobs when they're young adults. So really inspiring person, and we'll miss him. I mean, it was a terrible tragedy and absolutely devastating.
As you said, he was very much a star of the Gen Z movement. He potentially had a big future in office.
Mm-hmm. But potentially, I think, I never heard Charlie suggest that he was thinking of running for office. So maybe down the road he would have, but for now he was just so powerful as an advisor to campaigns, especially President Trump's. He was powerful in articulating the message and persuading people. So I think he really loved the role he was in. He was doing a radio show in the U.S., tons of social media, and of course the lecture tour. He debated at Oxford in England last year. He's done so many great things, and he had such an impact. The real tragedy is his widow and 2 little children at home. That's what really kills me.
He was very close with President Trump.
Yeah.
President Trump has come out and awarded him the Presidential Medal of Freedom. How significant is that?
I think it's enormous, and I'm so glad the president. We expected him to do it, but to do it so quickly, and it's not going to make it any less painful for his wife, his widow, but I do think it was the right move, and I understand. The president is sad. He's really saddened by this, like we all are, but especially him because they were so close. And it's not just because Charlie was so critical in his campaign. It's that he was a good person and they got along really well. And so he's saddened, but he's also angry. And I understand that. That's just the president being honest and candid, which he always is.
There's a huge manhunt underway at the moment for the suspect. I imagine Trump is going to be putting every single resource at his availability in order to catch him.
Absolutely. I think the president and all of his team, Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, is doing an awesome job in general, but also on this case, Kash Patel. I mean, these are people that are really dedicated, and I think they would do it for anybody, but especially the fact that it's Charlie Kirk. And so, the world is watching, and we're hopeful that they catch this lunatic quickly, because obviously he's a danger to himself and others. And so, and he's obviously planned this out. I mean, this was not just some, random handgun in the audience. This was very deliberately planned, and he could do more. So I just hope it happens quickly.
There's a real sense of shock in the U.S. at the moment.
Yeah, there really is. It was, shock and then just devastation. And it was sort of watched in real time. This is different than, generations ago with, Martin Luther King Jr., RFK, JFK. There were news cameras then, but it wasn't really live. And this was absolutely live. And I think people have seen the video so many times. It's so sad to see, and it's so sad to experience. So, I hope they catch I hope the manhunt works quickly, and I hope they put him away.
And what have you thought about the reaction in the press, especially from some corners in America? It's been quite divisive.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's always going to be some lunatic. I know MSNBC, actually fired someone today who had made some just really vulgar comments. But I thought that even the left-leaning media was very fair yesterday. I'm here in Dubai, and I was watching CNN quite a bit. And I thought they were really respectful. And even the guests that they had on, for the most part, were really respectful, especially the Democrat senators and congressmen that they had on. So I thought that was a good show, and I was impressed by it. Of course, you're going to get the lunatic fringe, the radical progressive left, that just can't help themselves. The Trump derangement syndrome just never stops with them. So, but I think overall, Mihal, I thought it was a pretty good day for the media.
The reaction online was quite a bit worse. What are your thoughts on that, and how can How did it come to this?
And you know, that's what ends up causing these things. You know, if you call someone a Nazi or a fascist or, you know, the end of democracy so much for so long, people start to believe it, especially people with mental health issues, which I imagine this, you know, the shooter had. So, you know, it's really sad to see that kind of vile online, you know, vitriol. And I don't think it's helpful. I don't think it you know, it's something I would ever do. But I do think, and that's another testament to Charlie Kirk. He would never do something like that. He made his point. He made the argument. He argued his case, and he was usually right. And so, you know, that's I don't think we need to go low on social media. That's, you know, that's just not healthy.
Security is a huge issue as well. How are other leading figures in the Republican movement? Have a look at Tucker Carlson or Candace Owens.
Yeah.
Will they have to have a bulletproof glass in the future?
I hope not. I hope that's not the case. But they have to take precautions. And you know, they all travel with private security, close-in security. But you know, that doesn't really help you when there's a sniper 200 meters away, like yesterday. So I think they will have to, you know, beef up the security. I know that, you know, if you're a politician, if you're in the cabinet, or obviously the president and vice president has the Secret Service, but I think a lot of private security, apparently Elon Musk's security was massive. And so I think, you know, public figures, and especially conservatives, because of this sort of lunatic fringe, have to take real precautions.
You've worked with many administrations over the years. Has America ever been as polarized as it is now?
Probably not in my lifetime. And I think there's, you know, basically a common sense revolution going on, where the Democrat Party has been co-opted by a small fringe, you know, the radical progressive left, the people that want men playing in women's sports, the people that want to defund the police, that don't want to prosecute criminals, they want no cash bail. Those are the people that have co-opted the party. I think there's a lot of Democrats who might disagree with me on traditional things like taxes and spending, but they're not, you know, complete radical fringe, and they're actually moderate Democrats, and that's the problem, is that they've been co-opted by this, you know, radical left, where there's these what I call 80-20 issues, where an issue polls at 80, like men shouldn't play in women's sports, and yet this fringe of the party has co-opted the party so that all of them are supporting it. When legislation came up to make that against the law, biological men playing in women's sports, most of the Democrats voted against that. So, you know, it doesn't make sense. I think if they dial it down, get back to the center, moderate on the fringe issues, and get back to legislating, perhaps like traditional Democrats. They like to tax more, they like to spend more, but that's not, you know, radical progressive left insanity. And I think if we dial down the temperature, dial down the rhetoric, and get back to common sense, and that's why I think the Republicans won in 2024, because it really was a common sense revolution. Just, you know, sensible policy that works for Americans, and you know, is not, you know, some sort of fringe theory.
How can America heal?
Well, I think with prayer, for sure, and I think there's a lot of that going on right now, and you saw that in a lot of the feedback today, the social media feedback, and even on linear television. But I do think there needs to be some reflection as well, and you know, what went wrong? Why are we seeing more of these incidents? Unfortunately, it's part of American history in many ways. I mean, the founding fathers really hated each other. Jefferson and Adams, or Thomas Jefferson and John Adams, had, you know, these horrible relationships. Aaron Burr and Alexander Hamilton had a duel, and Aaron Burr killed Alexander Hamilton. This is all in the formative years of the country. And then, of course, you had, you know, Lincoln was assassinated, and McKinley around the turn of the century, and then, of course, John F. Kennedy. So, unfortunately, it's a painful part of our history. And I think that we just need to, again, dial down the rhetoric and make sure that the extreme is moderated and kind of move to the center.
Opponents on gun control, they're going to lobby, and kind of perhaps we've seen online that obviously he was pro the Second Amendment.
Right, very much so. And I think he would continue to be if he was alive today. You know, I think there's some misconceptions, and the natural tendency is for the left and the president's critics, or just the left in general, it doesn't matter who's president, of immediately pointing to gun control as the cause of this crime, and that's just not true. First of all, when gun control becomes more strict, which it has over the last 30, 40 years, 40 years ago, it was so much easier to buy a gun. It's much, much more difficult now. Every time they do new gun legislation, the homicide rates go up, armed robberies go up, violent crime goes up. So it's counterintuitive in many ways, but the problem with crime is not the guns. It's mental health issues. It's the fact that the George Soros-backed DAs have embraced this progressive anti-bail, anti-police, anti-victim, and they just coddle the perps, the perpetrators. And then the third issue is the defund the police movement. In Chicago, where I have a home, there's 12,000 police. 5 years ago, there was 14,000. It's an amazing difference, that 2,000 on the margin, and that's the budget. The budget is for 14,000, but they can't recruit police because they were so mean to police back in 20 and 21 with this defund the police movement and this real hatred on the progressive fringe for police that are protecting their citizens. It really doesn't make any sense. So I think the gun control thing, it comes up every time there's a front page shooting, and yet there were 8 homicides in Chicago last weekend, and the mainstream media doesn't care, or the Democrats don't care about that. They care about the front page ones, the big headlines, school shootings or assassination attempts, but it's not about gun control. In fact, when 92% of violent crime in America is done without guns, and most guns are owned legally, and there's no crime. Legal gun owners that own their guns legally don't commit crimes. It's in cities like Chicago where they're against the law, they banned guns, and yet it's got one of the highest homicide rates in the world.
And just lastly, Greg, what's your abiding memory of Charlie, and what will be his legacy?
Well, his legacy will be his beautiful wife and his children. But I think it was love for God, love for family, love for country. And he just oozed it every day, and he wore it on his sleeve. He didn't dress that up. He wasn't modest about it, but he was really positive about it, and he was such an optimist. And he shared that with those young people that he had such a great influence on. And that's, I think, why so many of them followed his lead and moved to the right.
Thanks for your time, Greg.
Great to be here. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Mr. Wonderful, thanks so much for your time. I'm going to start off with Larry Ellison has gained $89 billion in a single day. Is this the clearest sign yet that the AI infrastructure is the new oil?
I think it is. 2 years ago, AI was hype, and now the productivity enhancement across all 11 sectors of the economy has become evident and measurable. And so I don't care if you're in financial services or real estate, it doesn't matter. You're applying AI tools that have become very affordable, most of them cloud-based, subscription services of different kinds. And businesses are adopting them very, very rapidly. And of course, it's putting tremendous pressure on the demand for energy. That's the core, because we have to build these data centers. There's demand for 45 gigs of data centers in just North America and only 5 under construction. But, Oracle and the cloud-based services they have and the AI services that they're promising and actually have now are, no question, being adopted by their enterprise clients. And so the market's reflecting that in the price of the Oracle stock. That's exactly what happened.
Elon Musk, he briefly lost his title as the world's richest man. Does this show how volatile extreme wealth is able to be in the age of AI?
Obviously, yeah. I mean, I don't think Larry Ellison or Elon are hurting. They're going to be able to afford hamburgers tomorrow, that's for sure. I think that, picking the winners and losers and determining which companies are going to forge ahead is based on how much capacity for AI modeling they can bring to the market at any one time. And so it's a race. It's an absolutely huge race. I don't think there's just going to be one winner, whether it's Microsoft or Google or Oracle or X or OpenAI. I mean, there's so many players. But what's for sure, this is going to have more impact in terms of human productivity, enterprise productivity, profits, margin expansion, all of that, than the internet had in the early 90s. That's the way the market is treating it. This is This has tremendous impact in every aspect of how we live, how we fight wars, how we develop products, medicines. It doesn't matter. AI is involved in all of it.
You have a lot of experience being around the ultra wealthy. How much is there involved in bragging rights? Are they going out of their way to try and be the richest man in the world?
I don't think that's what's driving them. There's a fair amount of passion for winning at the AI race. And it's very interesting week to week to see which metric is measured in terms of who's ahead. And what is emerging pretty quickly is who can build more data centers faster. That's basically it. It's the capacity to compute, the ability to run models. Where can you get the energy for that? And that is sort of where the focus of the market is today. It's completely changed the real estate industry. The fastest fund flows now into any asset class of real estate is the development of data centers, which requires land permits, water, fiber, areas outside of flood zones, all kinds of very complex metrics in order to be able to build and permit and provide power for a gigawatt data center. And that's the minimum size. Only 18 months ago, they would consider 250 megawatts, but now it's a gigawatt or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 that governments want, that companies want, that enterprise wants, that the DoD wants. You need massive computing power. And I keep harping back on this. That requires power and it requires development. And it's a renaissance in real estate for fund flows. The multiple billions coming into funds that are going to develop data centers is unprecedented.
And turning to Tesla now, it's been struggling over the past year. Oracle is obviously, it's soaring. Is Elon Musk, is he still the face of tech dominance? Or is the AI booming, is it shifting that spotlight?
No, I think Elon's unique in the sense that he has so many different mandates that he owns and manages. Neuralink, Starlink, SpaceX, Tesla, new initiatives in robotics. Very few individuals have that much diversification and breadth. So when you buy Tesla, you're kind of betting on driverless taxis, robotic taxis, robots themselves, Tesla, the car company, the technology patents they have, the resolution in driving miles, all of that stuff. And the stock has been very volatile, let's face it. I mean, Elon also is a unusual character. He's like the modern Bruce Wayne. I mean, it's kind of interesting to watch him weigh in on things, and of course causes volatility to the Tesla stock. A lot of investors wish he wouldn't do that, but he's not going to change. And people that own the stock understand Elon is Elon, and that's it. And so I think where we're going into is a very interesting period now where you're going to be betting on the future of Tesla, not necessarily this quarter's earnings.
Is Tesla's $1 trillion pay package for Elon Musk a bold bet on the future, or is it a desperate move to keep him focused?
It could be interpreted that way, but on the other hand, if they granted this package, if it was approved, I would be more prone to own Tesla stock because the milestones he has to hit make shareholders 10 times more money than he gets. So it's a really interesting way to look at it. Yes, it's the largest pay package in history, but it would turn Tesla, if he hit any of these milestones, into the largest company on earth by a factor of 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times. So he'd have to win in every single mandate, entirely, own 30, 40% of the autonomous taxi market and a huge portion of space satellite business. And, anything that Tesla's involved in terms of robotics and, energy and battery forms. I mean, he has to win on everything to hit these targets. So why not give it to him? I'm in favor of this.
Musk said he needs 25% control to lead Tesla into an AI-driven future. But should anyone have that much power in a public traded company?
Well, I think that's for the board to decide and the shareholders themselves, and they can certainly vote on it. I wouldn't bet against Elon Musk on anything. It's clearly he's one of the few individuals that can hit these targets and has done it before. I remember 2018 when they proposed a pay package like this. People balked at it, thought it was ridiculous. He hit every target, every single one. And so, that's why I say the track record is pretty clear, and I think he should be given this opportunity.
Are tariffs and immigration crackdowns Are they making it harder, not easier, to bring back jobs and investments into America?
Policy's moving. It's changing all the time. I think the tech leaders have been talking to the administration a lot about immigration policy, particularly for engineers. Obviously, Trump got elected. One of his primary mandates was to shut down the illegal flow of immigration in the cases where it was illegal, and he did that. But it was a very broad mandate that he put in place that also made it more difficult for people that are essential for the economy, including cohorts of students being educated in American institutions and everything else. So you can expect over the next year some softening in these policies to accommodate the demands of private sector and public sector. And I think, it was a very broad, sweeping attempt to fix the immigration problems, and in doing so made it difficult for just law-abiding applications. And that's really what people are talking about. So they're going to try and fix that, as they should, because it's important, whether it's in the ag space, farm workers. I mean, there's already been adjustments to those policies. You can't run a farm without people working on it, and many of these people have been legitimate taxpayers, although maybe their accreditation is not perfect, but they're certainly not criminals. And they're, this is a big challenge for the farmers. Restaurant workers is another example. You talk to operators in that space. There are jobs out there that are filled by people that may not have got the correct visa. And how do you adjust that so that you have a path to keep them productive without destroying the business they work for? That's sort of the dilemma private sector is dealing with right now on immigration policy.
Is Klarna's buy now, pay later model a smart long-term investment?
There's a lot of new models coming out and new ideas, and that's one you just detailed. But let me point something out that's the underpinning of why there's so much optimism in the markets right now. We've talked about blockchain technologies for over a decade, 12 years. And all of a sudden, the Stablecoin Act, now called the Genius Act, passes just a couple of months ago. It opens up for digital payment systems. It also moves the needle closer to full adoption of Bitcoin, either as a commodity or security, yet to be determined by the Clarity Act and the other people call it the Infrastructure Act. That's coming soon. So that's being contemplated now by Congress and the Senate and those that are trying to push the bill. My whole point is, when you start talking about Bitcoin and crypto, and we've got during the cowboy period of crypto and digital payment systems, 10,000 tokens came to market. They're out there still, 10,000. But they're almost all irrelevant if you're just trying to capture the promise of crypto. You could own just two securities. You could own Bitcoin and Ethereum, and you would capture more than 90% of the alpha or price volatility of the entire crypto market. In addition, and this is sort of the strategy I've adopted over since the bill passed, since the Genius Act passed, I see now that Wall Street is going on chain. It's going to go on chain. The adoption of tokenization of securities, digital payment systems, transfer of stable coins, all of that stuff is happening at a geometric increased pace, just really fast. And so how do you play that? How do you play the infrastructure? Well, that points to Ethereum. That's the #1 blockchain product. It's the one that every ticker in business television around the world tracks the price of, that and Bitcoin. So if you just buy those two, you have the most liquid, the largest market cap of crypto. One is basically digital gold, if you want to call that Bitcoin, and the other is Wall Street going on chain, which is Ethereum. But there's another huge benefit. And I think a lot of people are thinking about this. I certainly have done it. If you have Bitcoin and you have ETH, Ethereum and Bitcoin together, you can wrap and you can stake and you can create a distribution. You can get yield off this combination that you couldn't before. And, so to do that is not easy. And that's why, you have to have a team to help you do it. But all of a sudden, I've now just adopted two positions. I have a little bit of stablecoin, but I have Bitcoin and Ethereum, and I have yield. I get a check every month. So all of a sudden, an asset class that, I'm holding on to, like gold in perpetuity for a 5% weighting or 10% weighting, between the two of them, it's 10%. I'm getting a check every month. I'm really happy about that. And this is the maturation of the crypto market. This is the adoption of an institutional allocation to it, with the benefit of owning the infrastructure as Wall Street adopts blockchain technology, that's Ethereum, and of course owning digital gold in the form of Bitcoin. And I also own the infrastructure of BitZero, Norway, and Finnish miner of Bitcoin that I'm a shareholder in, Robinhood, Coinbase, the infrastructure plays. But in aggregate, you only really need to own 2 cryptos to enjoy the entire alpha of the entire crypto sector. So everybody talks to me about other ideas, but I say, that's great. Show me why that is better than owning the 2 granddaddies. They have no answer to that.
And is it digital gold, Kevin?
I think it is. I think it's here to stay. I mean, not everybody is permitted to own Bitcoin as the coin itself, and that's why these treasury products have emerged. So you can own a stock. I have yet to see a treasury product I want yet, because none of them pay without using extensive leverage. I don't like extensive leverage, any distribution. So for me, it's about managing my Ethereum against the Bitcoin, wrapping and staking, and get a distribution every month. And I've had to build a whole team for that, but it's worth it. It's a big asset class for us.
What's the biggest challenge? It appears to be regulation from your end.
Yeah, it is. We still don't have what we need in terms of deeming Bitcoin a true security or commodity. We need to get that done. I think we're moving very quickly towards that. I'm feeling pretty good about it. I think in some ways, you think about Saudi Arabia and the region, they've been very, very open to crypto because they see the potential for it solving a lot of problems in just banking, in just transfer of assets and compliance and auditability and all of that. It's just, we're in a golden age of financial services. And I really, I've said this so many times, but I actually think that crypto will become the 12th sector of the S&P 500 within 5 years. It's only a few $1 trillion right now versus the overall, it's a fraction of wealth management globally, but we're in the first inning. And with regulation coming, it's going to grow faster and faster.
Has Apple's innovation, has it slowed down? Obviously, since the passing of Steve Jobs, he was someone who you worked with the iPhone 17, offering incremental upgrades.
I think Apple shouldn't be just viewed as a hardware update. I think the enterprise services, the individual services that come with the phone are going to become more and more of the profit story. Everybody has a phone. Not everybody has an iPhone. So the opportunity is to make the product better and better. But I would say there's a challenge. I mean, I have 2 iPhones. I got called this morning to put my pre-order in for the new phone. I said, I'm going to wait. One of the challenges is there's so much software and code already on this phone that porting it over to a new phone, while many say it's easy to do, that's just not factual. The authenticators themselves, very complex to move them over. The accreditation, the passwords on all the different apps that I use on here, it takes a whole day or 2 days to make the move to the new platform. So before I do that, I'm going to wait. I'm going to see what the new one brings out. I eventually will adopt the update because the cameras continue to get better and better. But that's just one user talking. So you multiply that by millions. And I think my whole point about this is the adoption cycle is a slower move, which is good and bad, but it kind of levels out earnings across multiple quarters for Apple as opposed to all in one quarter, which used to be in the early days. But I think that the adoption of AI is going to accelerate the adoption of faster speed hardware on the iPhone because you have to have it. You need really tremendous battery life and processing speed to make good use of AI. And that's probably the #1 motivation for me to move up. But having said that, I own Apple stock. It's been a holding I've had for a very long time. Counting Apple out is crazy. I mean, it's just such a massive enterprise. And they're very, very good at adopting features that others may bring to market first, but they have the platform to accelerate it and grow it.
Just lastly, Kevin, always if we have Mr. Wonderful on the show, for the viewers who might not know, he has one of the finest watch collections in the world. What's on the wrist today, Kevin?
Well, it's very rare that I can show you two piece uniques. Now, a piece unique means only one of them was made and only one of them will ever be made. And so a piece unique has a special status in watch collecting. This on my right is a Chanel boyfriend. It's a remarkable piece. There's only one of them. It's got Coco Chanel on it, saying it's Chanel time, just a whimsical kind of comic book look. But the dial itself was made in the FP Journe dial factory in Geneva. And according to the staff there, the most complicated dial they ever baked. It's enamel baked in ovens at 1,200 degrees. They'll probably never do it again. And of course, when it went to auction, it sold for an extraordinary price. And I must say, I was not expecting it to go that high. There was a bidder in Singapore that was, absolutely determined to own it. But
how much?
Mindset piece unique. It was about $280,000. It was thought to go between 60 and 80. But this other buyer knew about the dial as I did. We were both Journe collectors. When I get my focus on a watch or a sports card for that matter, recently we paid $12.9 million for the piece unique Jordan Kobe dual logo man. Another collectible. See, I like piece uniques, but this piece is extraordinary, and it was for charity. So I felt, it was a large price, but I'm happy it went to charity. Then this happened. I was over in Geneva. I mean, this story is remarkable, and I meet with the CEO of Chanel, and he says to me, we know you wear two watches, Kevin. What are you going to pair that Chanel, that one-of-a-kind piece unique you have? Because we know you only have one Chanel. I said, well, that is a dilemma. I only have one Chanel. And he said, let's fix that. And we did together a collaboration on a remarkable new piece unique, almost like a Pollock painting. This is Coco Chanel's nail polish poured over a dial and the bezel. You can feel it, and then baked in a proprietary manner. It's the only one on earth certified, except for the Heritage Museum of Chanel, to have a copy of it for posterity.
If I may ask, Kevin, could you bring it up to the camera, please?
Two piece uniques made by Chanel. That is so rare, and I'm so honored to wear them. And I'm honored that a maison like Chanel, so legendary, and they know of my family's interest. My mother used to buy Chanel clothing. I'm a huge fan of Coco Chanel in the late 50s and what she brought as the first feminist, all of that, the heritage. But to have two piece uniques, I mean, that's a dream for a collector, and I'm just honored.
Thank you so much for sharing that with us, Kevin. It's always a pleasure to have you on the show. Thanks so much for your time.
I'll get you a close-up. I'm going to go up to the camera so you can cut to these if you wish.
Yes, absolutely. Wow, it's beautiful. Incredible.
And then this one. And I'll put them together.
I've never seen a watch that looks like that.
No, they are unique.
Just as unique as yourself, Kevin. We really appreciate your time as ever.
You got it. Thank you. Take care.
Thanks so much. All the very best. That's all we have time for on Global News today. Thanks for watching, and be sure to join us tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Dear viewers of Al Arabiya channel, we would like to greet you from the capital of the Republic of Azerbaijan, the beautiful city of Baku. Today, I will have the honor of conducting a special interview with the President of Azerbaijan, Ilham Aliyev. Of course, this meeting comes in the period following the agreement signed between Armenia and Azerbaijan with the support of US President Donald Trump. Today, we are living through those historic days, and we will discuss this very issue. At the same time, we will also talk about Azerbaijan's role between East and West. Likewise, we will discuss Azerbaijan's role in the South Caucasus. Mr. President, welcome to Al Arabiya channel.
Very good to see you. Welcome to Azerbaijan.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. With your permission, I would now like to refer to that historic agreement signed between Armenia and Azerbaijan through the mediation efforts of Donald Trump. I would like to know your vision in general and how long will it go after all?
Well, I think what happened in Washington on the 8th of August is actually the end of confrontation and end of standoff. We've been for a long time at war with Armenia. It was Armenia which occupied Azerbaijani territory since the beginning of the 90s. And at that time, Azerbaijan was very weak. We didn't have army. And Armenia had external supporters who supported them in occupation of Azerbaijani territories. So almost 20% of our territories were occupied by them, and we had 1 million refugees. So at that time, it was one of the highest ratio per capita. Population of Azerbaijan was 8 million, so 1 million were homeless. The First Karabakh War ended in 1994 by ceasefire, and we were engaged in the series of endless and, as we've seen, useless negotiations, which lasted until 2020, when the Second Karabakh War started and we liberated our internationally recognized territories. Almost 5 years ago, during the 44 years liberation war, Azerbaijan restored justice, international law, and its dignity, and returned our lands. So after that, there was a certain vacuum in the process because at that time mediators didn't know what they should do next. And it was again Azerbaijan which offered to start a peace process with Armenia. Again, we initiated the format of negotiations. We introduced the draft of peace agreement. And actually, what was initialed in Washington on 8th of August was based on Azerbaijani version of how we see interstate relations between Armenia and Azerbaijan should be framed. So negotiation lasted, as I said, for several years and ended in Washington with great support from President Trump and his team. So actually, I think that this is the end of conflict, end of war. Formally, the peace agreement was not signed for one particular reason, that there is still provision in Armenian constitution which puts under doubt Azerbaijan's territorial integrity. So they will make amendment, as far as we understand, and as soon as this amendment to constitution is done and territorial claims to Azerbaijan are deducted from the constitution, the formal peace agreement will be signed. But the fact that Azerbaijan and Armenia in White House, in front of President Trump, initialed this document means that it's the end of war which lasted in stages for more than 30 years. And it opens absolutely new opportunities for the region of Southern Caucasus and for a broader region of Central Asia and Middle East.
فخامة الرئيس بما أنك تتحدث عن التعديل بالمؤسسات الدستورية داخل Mr. President, you noted the amendment to the Armenian constitution, and now when we talk about the peace, is there any internal political change? If it happens in Armenia, will it harm the process?
It's difficult to say. I can only guess. I hope that nothing will interfere into the process. But again, I don't have 100% guarantees because I'm not well aware about the internal politics of Armenia. We know that next summer they will have a parliamentary elections. We know that they're working on the draft of new constitution. But if there is a strong external interference, yes, we may think that something can break what has been agreed, but that will be very harmful for Armenia itself, because no matter who signed the documents in Washington, they were signed on behalf of Armenia by Armenian leader. And if something happens there with respect to the changes, and they will step back from what has been signed, that will seriously deteriorate relations between Armenia and United States, and not only United States, but international community supported this process. European Union supported, Turkey supported, our friends in Arab countries supported. So the whole international community were positive with respect to that. So breaking this arrangement means to go against the entire world and what they will earn. For Armenia, what was signed in Washington is a guarantee for peace and for stable development. I spoke a little bit about the First Karabakh War, but you know, in order to illustrate what happened to us, probably we will need days and months. There was an ethnic cleansing, there was a Khojaly genocide, innocent people were killed. We still have more than 3,000 people missing. And there was a strong emotional feelings here in Azerbaijan. Even when the war of 2020 ended with our victory, still there were people in Azerbaijan who demanded revenge. But I told at that time when I addressed the people that we took revenge on the battlefield. We will not do to them what they've done to us, because what they've done to us were war crimes. So what I'm trying to say is that if any future government of Armenia, no matter when this government or if it comes to power, will put under doubt what has been signed in Washington, then Armenia will face serious complications. Because the balance of powers in the region is absolutely in our favor from all points of view. I think it's obvious to everyone. And if Armenia would again put under doubt our territorial integrity, we will respond adequately. The importance of what has been signed in Washington is that both sides recognize territorial integrity of each other and will plan their future interaction based on this fundamental thesis of international law. So if they stop recognizing our territorial integrity, we will do the same with their territorial integrity, and who will win and who will lose, I think it's a rhetoric question. So I think that there'll be enough wisdom and reasonable approach from any future Armenian government not to put under doubt what we agreed in Washington. And again, it's agreement between two states. It's not agreement between Pashinyan and myself.
Sure. سيد الرئيس بما أنك تتحدث عن يعني ضرورة أن يبقى هذا. Mr. President, as you have noted, the understanding should stay stable in the future. And there were a lot of tragedies in Nagorno-Karabakh. How you have started the reconstruction? Because we would like to know the IDPs, both Armenian and Azerbaijani. And in addition to that, did the Minsk group end by this signing?
Yes, the solution of the Minsk group was one of the conditions which Azerbaijan put forward in the very first stages of negotiations, and our logic was based on the fact that when Minsk group was created by OSCE in 1992, it was created to address the Karabakh conflict. So when Armenia officially recognizes Karabakh as part of Azerbaijan, and when they say that the conflict is over, that means that the legal existence of Minsk group is absurd. And if they insist on keeping it alive, that means that they still have territorial claims to Karabakh. So that was the logic which was the basis for our position. And it took us a lot of time and effort to persuade Armenia to agree that both sides should write a letter to OSCE in order to dissolve the Minsk group, what happened in the presence of President Trump. So now the process has started, and that will be the legal death of Minsk group, because it's already dysfunctional for almost 5 years. With respect to IDPs, during the First Karabakh War, there have been no Armenian IDPs, because Azerbaijan did not occupy territory of Armenia. They occupied our territory. That's why we had so many refugees and IDPs which lived in difficult conditions during these years. We introduced the program of the resettlement even during the times of occupation, because absolute majority of them lived in tent camps for more than a decade. So we started to abolish tent camps as soon as I became president, and we finished that process in 2007. But still, tens of thousands of them lived in very poor conditions. So now the process of return, based on the program which is called the Program of Great Return, have started. And we already settled more than 50,000 of former IDPs in the liberated territories. And the process is continuing. There have been two major impediments. First, landmines. Armenians have planted more than 1 million landmines during the times of occupation. And after the Second Karabakh War ended in November 2020 until today, we have almost 400 casualties. More than 70 killed, and the rest severely injured because of the landmines. So these landmines do not allow us to have a broad, large-scale reconstruction process, because we need first to provide safety. And second, it was a total destruction of infrastructure in Karabakh. Our cities and villages were leveled to ground. Sanitation, water supply, electricity, railroads, highways, all was totally ruined. So we spent most of our money in these first years of reconstruction to build infrastructure. and in parallel to build villages and cities. So now we are almost in the final stage of infrastructural development. I think the full infrastructure projects will be ready maybe in 2-3 years. And now we spend more money for housing projects. So it's now visible, like buildings are coming from the middle of nowhere. And our plan is to provide decent housing conditions, jobs for all the former IDPs, and the process has started. As I said, more than 50,000 already live on their ancestral lands.
Mr. President, one of the main issues arising from the agreement was to make Azerbaijani dream come true. What we talk about it is the dream of Zanzibar corridor that come true, or what we call Trump route. Why Trump route has come to the table? In addition to that, which stage will this Trump route promise for Azerbaijan to undergo? Of course, this corridor will play an important strategic role between Azerbaijan and Europe.
In order to answer this question, I should go into a little bit of history and just to explain the people who watch us how it happened that Azerbaijan is divided in two. So it was done in the first months of Sovietization of Azerbaijan. When Russian Empire collapsed in 1917, Azerbaijan established Azerbaijan Democratic Republic. It was the first democratic republic in the Muslim world, which was established in May 1918. And it lived until April 1920, when Russian army invaded Azerbaijan and occupied it. The Bolsheviks, which made a revolution in 1917, they lied to people because their slogans were factories to workers, land to farmers, freedom to peoples. And that's how Azerbaijani people became free. We established our own state. But Bolsheviks took it from us. So in April 1920, Russian army invaded Azerbaijan and occupied it. In November 1920, just several months after that, Soviet Russian government decided to take Zangezur, we call it Western Zangezur, from Azerbaijan and to give it to Armenia. And that's how Azerbaijan became divided in two, mainland and Nakhchivan. And Western Zangezur was just in between. During the Soviet times, it was not a problem because there were no borders and there was no wars. So people could go freely by cars or by railroad from mainland to Nakhchivan. But after Armenia launched aggression against Azerbaijan, they cut that connection line, they cut the corridor. And today, in order to get to Nakhchivan, we have either to fly there or to go by buses or by cars through the territory of Iran, or even longer route to go through the territory of Georgia, Turkey, and then enter Nakhchivan. So it's a lot of inconvenience and a lot of problems. So after Second Karabakh War ended with our victory, we could have taken that part by force. At that time, Armenian army was totally demoralized. There have been 12,000 deserters, people who ran from war, in Armenian army, and 0 in Azerbaijani army. Azerbaijani army was motivated, people were motivated, and there was no one in front of us. We just stopped on the 10th of November 2020 on our border. We didn't take that part by force, but we told Armenia that they cannot block us from communications with Nakhchivan. So for almost 5 years, we've been negotiating with them about these connectivity lines. In the meantime, we started to build railroad towards Armenian border to connect it with Nakhchivan, and started to build highways. Highway project probably will be ready next year, as well as a railroad. But during this almost 5 years of negotiations, Armenia was not demonstrating constructive approach with respect to our demands or legitimate requests. So when President Trump and his team started to be involved in the process and wanted to facilitate, so our message to them was, without Zangezur corridor being operational and being safe, so that Azerbaijani citizens can go safely this 40+ kilometers route, there must be strong security guarantees. There must be international security guarantees. So only security guarantees from Armenia will not be enough. So Trump's administration accepted this legitimate concern with a proper attitude, and that's how it turned into TRIP, Trump Route for International Peace and Prosperity. So now when President Trump gave his name to Zangezur corridor, I'm sure that it will materialize very soon. From point of building the physical infrastructure, I mean the railroad, it should not take long time because it's only 42 kilometers. If we were to build it, we would have done it in 1 year. Maybe for Armenia it will need some more years because we have more experience in building railroads.
By American investors?
It is not yet decided, but yes, it is possible to be done by American investors. Actually, for us, it doesn't matter. For us, important is that it is built, and important is that there is international security guarantees. In other words, when Azerbaijanis travel from Nakhchivan to mainland and backwards, they should not feel discomfort. They should not be afraid of their security, taking into account the long-lasting standoff and the hostility. So now I think it is very close to be implemented, and it's now for Armenia to do their part of the job. As far as we're concerned, again, I'd like to say that all infrastructure to connect two parts of Azerbaijan on our territory is now being implemented. But it's not only about connection to parts of Azerbaijan, it's about building a new transportation line. Today, the Middle Corridor, one of its branches, which goes across the Caspian from Asia, goes from Azerbaijan to Georgia, to Turkey, and then to Europe, and also to Georgian seaports. This is the only way how to connect Asia with Europe through Azerbaijan. So Zangezur corridor or TRIP will give alternative. So the second corridor will go through the territory of Armenia. And this is a benefit to Armenia. And I was trying to deliver this message to my Armenian colleagues that they will eventually become a transit country. Every country, if has a potential, tries to become a transit country. We, for instance, we want to be a transit country. We want corridors to cross Azerbaijan from east to west, north to south. Armenia, because of occupation, was deprived from that. There is no transit going across the country. So with Zangezur corridor, Armenia will get transit fees from transportation, and taking into account that the volumes of cargoes from Asia to Europe through Azerbaijan is growing year after year, I'm sure that the Zangezur corridor will be important transportation link which will connect the continents.
بما أنك تتحدث سيد الرئيس عن أهمية زنجزور، Mr. President, you have been speaking about the importance of Zanzibar. Following the signing process, there are two teams, I mean Russian and Iran. I will start with Iranian. As far as I know, the Iranian president visited Azerbaijan. He has even Azerbaijani origin. He spoke here in Azerbaijani. For the time being, following these geopolitical changes, how do you see the relations between Azerbaijan and Iran?
Yes, you're right. President of Iran visited Azerbaijan. Actually, he visited Azerbaijan twice. First, on official visit, and second, he attended the summit of Economic Cooperation Organization in liberated Karabakh in the city of Khankandi. And we established very good working relations with him. Yes, you're absolutely right. He's Azerbaijani. He's the same blood as I am. We speak the same language. We don't need interpreters. And by the way, he knows Azerbaijani poems better than I do. And actually, he demonstrated here during one of the public events his knowledge about the Azerbaijani poetry, and he doesn't need any notes. He's a very talented person. So this is really a good opportunity. And I think our personal relations and relations between his administration and my administration are very constructive and very friendly. And with respect to official position of Iran towards the new development, we consider it as very reasonable and very positive. When I say official position, I mean the position of president and foreign minister. This is official position.
The other positioning?
Other? Well, we are basing our policy based on those politicians which have been elected by the people of Iran and which have a mandate to implement their duties, and these are president. There have been certain voices of some former officials which now are named like advisors. I don't know what kind of advisors they give. Immediately that reaction was very...
You talk about the advisors of the Murshid and some other advisors.
Yes. So this position for us is not important at all. It has zero importance to us because our interstate relations are between the governments, between the presidents, between foreign ministers. Therefore, we totally ignore these false narratives which have been articulated by so-called advisors. So for us, everything is clear. Position of president is absolutely reasonable and is based on the fact that Zangezur corridor is not in any way a threat to Iran. There have been a lot of rumors in some media, in some internet sites that Azerbaijan is planning to occupy Zangezur. Azerbaijan is planning to cut Iranian-Armenian border, and that was absolutely false. We didn't have such an intention. Again, if we wanted to do it, we would have done it. In November 2020, it was very easy to do, and throughout all these 5 years, it was very easy to do. It's only 40 kilometers. Just from military point of view, it will take not much time. Just from both sides you come, from Nakhchivan and from mainland, and you take it.
Azerbaijan has the power, the military power to do it.
Of course, of course. And everybody knows it. And even those who give bad advices, they know it, that we have this power. We didn't do it because we are not aggressors. We are not country which occupies. We are people and country which liberates. That's what we've done. And our war was a just war, was a liberation war.
No.
Was war on our soil, a war of restoration of justice. So from this point of view, I think that all these rumors that we were planning to cut Armenian-Iranian border now absolutely groundless. Everybody knows that. By the way, during this 5 years' time, when Armenia was blocking the opening of Zangezur corridor, we agreed with the Iranian government, again, government to government, to build a bypass on Iranian territory. And it was called Araz Corridor, by the name of the river Araz. So Azerbaijan already invests a lot of money in building the bridge over the Araz River to bypass Armenia. So if you look at the map, you'll see it's not difficult to do. You just come to the Armenian-Azerbaijani border and then make a turn to the left, build a bridge across the river, and go 40 kilometers on Iranian territory, and then enter Nakhchivan again. So this project is already in the phase of implementation. So when corridors through Armenia is opened, so we will have two ways. We will have more opportunities to deliver cargo. One way through Iran, another way through Armenia. We also discussed with our Iranian colleagues from the government that there may be necessity to build a railroad on Iranian side of the river. If that happens, if Iran does it, then part of cargoes will go through Iran. And what is more important, which some advisors which give bad advices do not understand, this is not only between Azerbaijan and Azerbaijan, not only between East and West, but it is also between North and South.
Will the Zangezur affect the North Corridor in Iran?
No, it will only help. Because first, the North-South corridor, which originally was planned and designed, goes from Northern Europe, Russia, Azerbaijan, Iran, just straight line. If you look at the map, it goes on the territory of Azerbaijan, partly just by the shore of the Caspian Sea.
Will they meet at some point?
Now, yes. So this is an authentic North-South corridor, which is fully built on Azerbaijani territory. We have full railroad and highway connection between the Russian border and Iranian border. The missing part is on the territory of Iran. They need to build some 150 or more kilometers, but that will take time, maybe several years. What can happen with connection between North and South? It can go through Zangezur. Again, if you imagine the map, it can go from Northern Europe to Russia, to Azerbaijan, and then from Azerbaijan, it can go to Zangezur, enter Nakhchivan, and from Nakhchivan, we have a railroad connection with Iran. So actually, the Zangezur corridor will not only be east-west, but also north-south transportation corridor. And instead of one north-south route from Russia to Iran, Azerbaijan, Iran, we will have another one from Russia to Azerbaijan, Armenia, Nakhchivan, Iran. So it will be, I think, a win-win situation for the whole region, and there'll be no losers. And I know that Iranian government, coming back to your question, understands it, and Azerbaijan will do everything in order to strengthen regional cooperation between all the countries of the region.
Currently, Russia on the other side, as we know, there was a shooting down of Azerbaijani plane, and the relations are not the same. Will it be an attempt to revise the diplomatic relations?
The shooting of Azerbaijani civilian plane by Russia and the reaction of Russian officials to that create a very big frustration and disappointment in Azerbaijan. First, this shooting shouldn't have happened in the first place, because when there are drone attacks on Russian airports, they announce the special regime. They call it a carpet, in Russian kovер, and all the planes get a signal that there is a drone attack, and they turn back. 2 weeks before it crash, the same happened with our plane, which was flying to the same Russian city, and they got this signal, so they turned back. This time, they did not give this signal. They gave the signal after the plane already was shot down. So they did it in order just to mislead those who would investigate. They shot it twice. Only professionalism and courage of the pilots made it possible for plane to land. And fortunately, it landed in Kazakhstan, not in Russia. If it landed in Russia, now, judging by how Russian investigation goes, I'm absolutely sure they would have tried to hide all the evidences.
Oh.
It landed in Kazakhstan, and there was a crash. Some people survived, and we have those who gave evidence. We have 2 people who were in the plane who were injured by the shrapnel which penetrated the fuselage. We have remainings of the plane, and immediately I sent the team. It's not far away, it's only 40 minutes flight. Immediately our team was there on the site, and they filmed everything. So you can find it on the internet. All the fuselage was in holes, shrapnel. And to say that that were birds or Ukrainian drone which hit the plane is absurd. It was damaged by Russian air defense system. We know which system, we know who gave the orders, we know the names of those people who are responsible for that, and we know those who want to cover up. So shooting the plane should have happened in the first place, but that was a tragic mistake. But behavior of Russian officials after that, this is unacceptable.
After all this, it's just a quick question. After all this attitude, I mean Russian attitude, are you afraid from any Russian movement in the area to stop what Azerbaijan is trying to do? I mean, on geographical level, on in the corridor and everything.
Well, they have their military base in Armenia with several thousand military personnel. At the same time, Armenian border with Iran and Turkey are protected by Russian border security. There is not a single Russian soldier on Azerbaijani soil.
Yes.
So what may happen in Armenia, I don't know. But I don't want to think about this negative scenario.
Yes. سأنتقل إلى الشرق الأوسط.
Let me switch to something else in the Middle East. You have also played a mediation role between Middle East and Israel. You are providing your support to bring natural gas to Syria. The current developments between Syria and Israel and steps that are made between them, to what point are you searching peace between Israel and Syria? Is there something promising between these two countries?
Well, I think that there are chances for normalization of relations between Israel and Syria. First, I'd like to come to your comments about natural gas to Syria. You know, we didn't have any relations with the government of President Assad for more than a decade. They treated Azerbaijan in a very unfair way. In our confrontation with Armenia, they took Armenian side, which for us was very strange, because we enjoyed a very strong support from Muslim countries during the years of occupation. and Islamic Cooperation Organization always supported us. So Azerbaijan is a country which highly values the principles of Islamic solidarity. So aligning with Armenia against Azerbaijan, aligning with a country which demolished mosques and kept pigs and cows in mosques, for us was unacceptable. So both sides, the team of President Assad and our team, cut all the contacts. So for more than a decade. So when the new government in Syria came to power, we were very enthusiastic about that, and definitely we supported that. And I had a meeting with Ahmed al-Shara in Turkey this April, and invited him to visit Azerbaijan, and he came on official visit. And we started to provide humanitarian assistance to Syria. I sent a big team to Syria, led by the Deputy Prime Minister, to see how we can be helpful, what we can do. We only want peace for this country, for these people who suffered for so many years. And we want that they live in peace and to see development there. So this started. And then the issue of shortage of electricity came to our attention, and we started to think how we can be helpful. And we had a trilateral and even quadrilateral arrangement between Azerbaijan, Syria, Turkey, and Qatar in order to help Syria with natural gas, to convert it into electricity. So the ceremony of the beginning of that process took place on the 2nd of August. Azerbaijani gas through Turkey is coming to Syria, and the Qatar government was so generous to provide funds for that. So far we agreed about 1.2 billion cubic meters of natural gas to Syria, but their demands are higher. So in the future we can increase the volume of gas so that they have less shortages. In the meantime, negotiations between officials from Israel and Syria took place with our mediation. We want peace around us. We, as a country and people who suffered from aggression, from war, we understand what it is to be refugee, what it is to be homeless, not to have gas, electricity, water, or food. So we actually became already for many years a donor country. We provide financial support, humanitarian support to almost 100 countries, 80 plus countries. So our goal was only to help to have normalization and to create a predictable situation between Israel and Syria. And if we helped a little bit, we are happy with that. We see that there is a potential for normalization, and that will bring additional elements of peace and predictability to the Middle East.
Israel, they agreed on having this normalization while respecting the unity of Syria?
Yes, definitely. Azerbaijan, as a country which suffered from violation of territorial integrity, supports territorial integrity of all the countries. And our position on that is straightforward. And again, coming back to what we discussed about Azerbaijan-Russian relations, we, from the very first days of Russian invasion to Ukraine, supported Ukraine's territorial integrity and continue to support it. And of course, unity and territorial integrity of Syria is number one precondition for any kind of relationship. And not only legal unity and control of the boundaries, but physical unity. The country must have a centralized system, or at least a system which operates and functions with respect to political institutions. We are strongly against any forms of separatism, whether it was in Karabakh or in Syria or in any other place of the world.
So we understand that Azerbaijan under your leadership is playing an important role. So we understand that Azerbaijan under your leadership is playing an important role in the mediation. What about Turkey and Israel? Your mediation between these two countries, especially that we talk about the Kurd file there. What about the current mediation between Israel and Turkey?
Well, we are trying to be helpful when we see that there's a chance for normalization. And during the first stage of normalization between Turkey and Israel, Azerbaijani role was appreciated by both countries. And you know, there was a visit of Israeli President Isaac Herzog to Turkey. And so we were happy that two countries are now finding the common grounds. At the moment, relationship between Turkey and Israel are more tense than ever before. Therefore, if we are asked to step in, we will do it. If not, we will try just to use maybe some not very public diplomatic efforts in order to help to find a ground, because the most important is safety and security. We know very well the value of security. We've been at war in different forms of war for more than 30 years. So it makes you totally preoccupied with that. For me as a president for 17 years, since I became president until we liberated Karabakh, that was issue number 1, number 2, number 10. I was totally preoccupied then day and night. So it of course distracted not only me but the whole team from many other things which could have done maybe more faster and in a more efficient way. So any potential threat, any even hypothetical threat of physical confrontation is harmful. It's harmful for people, for countries, for the economy, for the credit rating, for everything. So we are trying to provide, based on our experience, because we had experience of being occupied, we have experience of being a victorious country, we have experience being at war, and now we have experience how to reach peace. So we know how to do it. And also our diversified foreign policy directions also allows Azerbaijan to be in the middle of events, because not many countries today can talk in a very sincere way to those who are now in difficult terms. So we are ready to do it. We hope it will work. But of course, we don't want to impose ourselves on anyone. We just do what is necessary when we are asked for that.
Currently in the Middle East, there is a big role played by Azerbaijan, and this role is measured by not only natural gas of Azerbaijan. The natural gas of Azerbaijan goes to European countries and to Eastern countries. Is it possible that natural gas from Azerbaijan can go to some Arabian countries like Egypt or any other country around Syria? And will it help the situation there in general?
With respect to energy, so yes, you're right. Our main destination for natural gas is Europe. We provide gas to 10 European countries. 8 of them are members of EU. So for these countries, Azerbaijani gas really plays an important role in the energy security, and this role will grow. I already publicly announced our plans for the coming years. By 2030, we will have guaranteed additional 8 billion cubic meters of natural gas plus to what we have today. And the question is how to use it, in which direction. And of course, entering Middle East with our natural resources is a first experience for us. We think that, as I already said, we can increase the volume of gas to Syria. And also we can provide gas supplies to other countries through Arabian gas pipeline or through other means, through swaps. Also, we are trading energy resources. We are not only selling our own oil and gas, but we are working as an international trader. So our potential is bigger than one can imagine. So from this point of view, I think it's an important factor. With respect to relationship with countries of Middle East, primarily with members of Gulf Cooperation countries, are very good, very friendly, and very result-oriented. We have a very strong partnership with these countries, and by the way, our main investors in renewable energy are companies from UAE and Saudi Arabia. So they are our main investors. They already are investing now. And by the way, our renewable potential also should not be underestimated. By 2030 again, based on the signed contracts and investments from primarily UAE and Saudi Arabia and China, we plan to have 6 gigawatts of solar and wind energy. Plus, we are actively building the hydropower stations in Karabakh. Already almost 300 megawatts we already created. So this is important part of relationship between Azerbaijan and members of Gulf Cooperation countries, because we have fossil fuel and also we work actively on renewables. And together we can do many good projects. By the way, ADNOC, very important energy company from UAE, became a shareholder of one of our biggest gas fields in the Caspian. At the same time, our state company, SOCAR, became a shareholder of one of the projects in oil development in UAE. We really are now in the active phase of working on a broad investment portfolio. Political relations are excellent, so we concentrate on practical investment projects in energy and not only. In hospitality, in tourism, in agriculture, so many projects are in the pipeline. For instance, one of the leading company of Saudi Arabia was selected by us as a partner in building the desalination plant here on the Caspian shore, which will provide a lot of opportunities for agriculture and also for people. So this is a big part of our foreign policy agenda. I would say one of the main priorities of our foreign policy, cooperation with the countries of the Gulf.
And also, how are the relations between Azerbaijan and Arab countries? In addition, Mr. President, we think that your country is playing an important role in the regional process. Is there any step that can be taken by Azerbaijan to make good relation between the Sunni and Shia communities? Not necessarily inside of Azerbaijan, I'm talking in general.
Well, you know, in Azerbaijani society, Muslims of all faiths live as one family. And there was never any kind of division between different branches of Islam, I think.
Not here, in the area, I mean.
Yes,
yeah.
but for addressing...
To have it as a platform, like
Yes.
you are a mediator, and to have it as a
Yes.
platform of communication between them.
Absolutely, you're absolutely right, but this is based on our experience. It is based on not only slogans, not only statements, because there can be many statements, but you need to look to the core of the issue, to look how these issues are being addressed in Azerbaijan. For us, first is national ethnic identity. Second is citizenship, or maybe also the first is citizenship, along with ethnic identity. And this sectorial issue for absolute majority of Azerbaijan is absolutely nowhere, even not on the 100th place. And Azerbaijanis, they are, as an ethnic group, they consist of representatives of different branches of Islam, but we all are united by our ethnicity, by our language, and by our state. And not only Muslims, representatives of other religions in Azerbaijan, they feel the same. What we've done here during the period of independence was to strengthen these positive trends. And it's one of the few countries where Shia and Sunni Muslims pray at the same time, at the same mosque, and we do not divide. And we think that the biggest threat to Muslim world is sectorial division. And those who advocate for sectorial division do the most harmful thing to the Muslim world. We must be united. We are Muslims, and for us, this is number one. Absolutely free from any foreign interference, because we had not only advocate for these values, we also had to protect ourselves ideologically from any kinds of penetration, from any kinds of attempts to spread the seeds of hatred between the Muslims. So this is highly valued in the Muslim world. And my numerous meetings with the leading religious leaders of the Muslim world demonstrate that in Muslim world, in political spectrum or in religious spectrum, there is a high appreciation of our role. So we demonstrate that it is possible, and we demonstrate the success story, and we demonstrate that there is a peace, stability, and comfort. So this is what people need. The people need to live in peace, to raise their children, to live happily, to have jobs, not to be afraid that the bombs will fall on their head, or someone will put a bomb in your, neighborhood. So we do many things on intercultural dialogue. We have regular international conferences on intercultural dialogue every second year, where we address all these important issues, not only issues which are important for the Muslims, but for the all religions. From this point of view, our role is mainly based on what we have done here, and this how it can be done in other places. And I think that now in a political circle of absolute majority of Muslim countries, I have a lot of contact between the presidents. There is understanding that Muslims must be united, and sectarial division is a threat to our unity.
So you meet with the vision of Gulf country, peace for prosperity.
Exactly.
Yes. سيد الرئيس التقيت ب
Mr. President, you had a meeting with President Trump, and he's considered as an exceptional figure among American presidents. What impressed you the most during that meeting? Will you really nominate him for the Nobel Peace Prize?
Yes, exactly. Together with Armenian colleague, we nominated President Trump for Nobel Peace Prize. He really deserves it. As I said in my comments in Washington, in several months, He made a miracle in Africa, in Asia, in Southern Caucasus. And this is his character, this is his nature. He wants peace. He is a person which is absolutely different from a traditional image of Western leader. He is very friendly. He is very generous. He was so generous to give all his gifts, even more that was planned. He really was a person who deserves a lot of credit. That was my first meeting with him, and but my attitude to him as a politician was always positive. Even during his first term, though at that time we didn't have a chance to meet. And especially when he was deprived from being elected by the electoral fraud of deep state representatives. They stole his victory. And what he is saying about putting an end to mail-in ballot is absolutely right thing to do, because American administrations always like to lecture the whole world how to live, how to build democracy, how
That's so
to
true.
we all know that, how to address elections, but they themselves made the biggest election fraud against President Trump, depriving him from victory. So during that time when he was not a president, he behaved in a very decent manner. He demonstrated great courage and dignity, and to come back in America with all these frogs in the swamp, you know, like USID, Radio Liberty, fake news like Washington Post, New York Times, Wall Street Journal, Newsweek, all of them were against him. All of them were demonizing him the same way how they demonized me, for instance. Not maybe the same level, but the same way, spreading rumors.
هذا حصل that happened during Biden time when he insisted on keeping the 907.
Yes, exactly. Biden reimposed 907. Now 07 was lifted in 2001. Why? Because they needed us in Afghanistan. They needed our sky, they needed our sea, they needed the railroad. We provided very important support to American logistics and transportation. So as soon as Biden ran away from Afghanistan, they reimposed the sanction on us. So can you be so unthankful? What we would think about you, and we cut all the relations with them. With Biden administration, it was zero. It was a disaster. So Trump is absolutely different. He is a person which not only, I'm sure, will make America again great, he will make America again to be admired, as we all did in all times, when America was a symbol of prosperity, of freedom, of development. He will do it, I'm sure. If he managed in 6 months to bring peace to so many locations, he will do it, but he has a strong resistance. The system is against him. And also what I'd like to underline, especially what touched me, was how he behaved during that assassination attempt. That cannot be played. No speechwriter, no political advisor can do it. That's how the person reacts. He's a brave man and great leader, and I am proud, really proud, that he treats me as a friend.
Mr. President, let me conclude with my final question. Azerbaijan plays an important role among the Turkish-speaking states. How do you see this role, and how do you envision Azerbaijan's role in its region and neighborhood in the future?
Well, organization of Turkic state has great potential now. Azerbaijan was always straightforward in strengthening this institution. It started as a kind of a group of countries, as a consultative group, as a council, but then it transformed. So it has a great potential. And our close relations with Turkey, which are now based on alliance declaration, which we signed with President Erdogan in Shusha in 2021, which makes us military allies and political allies from legal point of view. It's an important factor not only for both countries but for the whole Turkish world. Last year we signed the alliance agreement with Uzbekistan and also with other members of Organization of Turkish States. We have strategic partnership agreements or declaration. So it's a big potential. We are united by our roots, which makes this organization unique. Because if you look at other international organizations, not all of them, or maybe I don't know which of them also is united by the common ethnic root. Yeah, we are different peoples, but we have all common, our roots coming from the Turkic ethnicity. We have growing population, which is also an important factor for every country. When it is supported by economic development, it is advantage. Sometimes it's disadvantage when countries are poor, but our countries, they are not poor. We have natural resources, not in every country, but in many. We have broad geography. Turkey is a leading military force on the global scale. In NATO, it's second army after United States. Azerbaijani army also demonstrated itself on the battlefield, not on parades. And connectivity. And when we talk about today about corridors, you cannot avoid us. You cannot. You should use us, our territories, our facilities. And also important is that in all members of organization, there is a political stability and friendly relations between each other and between all. So this is really makes organization unique. So we need to strengthen it. And we need to strengthen it by concrete projects, by investments, by energy, by transportation, by cultural projects. So I see in the future this organization as one of the important global actors. So our view is to transform it into a global actor which can play a role on international arena, which not only be preoccupied with our internal issues, but to play a stabilizing role on international arena, positive role, generating opportunities for the neighbors, and demonstrating that on such a huge geography, you can build a strong unity, which is not a threat to anyone, but which is an opportunity to many.
Thank you, Mr. President. We are pleased to see you again. Thank you for giving us your time. Thank you for receiving us here in Baku. Mr. President, thank you very much. Dear viewers, with this, our special interview comes to an end. We had the honor of interviewing the President of Azerbaijan in the capital city of Baku.
شكرا لحسن المتابعة وإلى اللقاء.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers.
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
There has been a proposal on the table for decades now. Declare the Middle East a nuclear weapons-free zone, like Latin America, South Pacific, Africa. That's an option. Iran has agreed to that option. There's one holdout, one outlier, Israel. So you had the option of turning the Middle East into a nuclear weapon-free zone, and we wouldn't be having any of these discussions.
American political scientist and activist Professor Norman Finkelstein giving, as ever, his very direct perspective on the issues behind Israel's conflicts with its Middle Eastern neighbors. Hello and welcome, I'm Riz Khan. In the 13 months since I last spoke with him, the regional clashes have reached new levels, most recently with Iran and Israel trading missiles. I caught up with Professor Finkelstein at his home for a very candid conversation on where he sees things heading. Professor, it's really good to see you face to face. We've done a number of interviews remotely over the years, but it's good to sit with you face to face and have a chance to talk about what's going on. Now, since we last spoke, about a year ago, things have changed quite dramatically, progressively worse, a lot of people would say. Now, let me start with just one of the more recent things. Donald Trump, as president of the USA, talking about Iran and Israel being in a conflict for so long, they don't even know what the F they're doing. It's unusual for a president to use the F word. What did you make of that when he described it that way?
Well, I think both sides know exactly what they're doing. I don't think there is any misapprehension. Israel has regarded Iran as a major regional rival for a very long time.
Rival or threat?
Rival for a very long time. They've always said that their chief, they call it the main threat to Israel, to Israel, they used to say Hamas, Hezbollah, and Iran. Now, you will recall already during the build-up to the war in Iraq, there is a certain misapprehension. I'm referring now to 2003. Israel's first goal was not Iraq. Israel wanted to attack Iran. The United States had set its sights on Iraq. And the view back then, now we're talking about 20 years ago, the view back then was first Iraq, then Syria, then Iran. So it's been a very consistent policy.
Quite strategic the way you're describing it, yeah.
It's been a strategic goal. What changed was there's obviously a difference between an objective and the opportunity to achieve the objective. Now, when October 7th happened, Israel set as its first objective to, for once and for all, solve the Gaza question. There weren't going to be any more mowings of the lawn, as Israel called it. The Operation Cast Lead, Operation, that was 2008-9, Operation Pillar of Defense, 2012, Operation Protective Edge, 2014. There weren't going to be any more operations. We are going to solve the Gaza question once and for all. And the final solution to the Gaza question, it basically took three forms. One, ethnic cleansing. Two, make Gaza unlivable. And three, carry out a mass extermination. And those goals, they overlapped with each other. So at the beginning, it was ethnic cleansing. They hoped to push the whole population into the Sinai, but that the Arab states vetoed that. Then began the making Gaza unlivable with a mass extermination occurring simultaneously. Then Israel realized it could achieve other objectives. In the course of the Israeli genocide in Gaza, they realized they could disable Hezbollah. And that was always a strategic objective of Israel. And they achieved that goal, it seems. I'm not convinced it's been as devastating a blow to Hezbollah as has been claimed, but they obviously did some significant damage. And then they realized they could achieve their third goal, and that was Iran. So what did change was, even though this had been a strategic objective of Israel, they realized after October 7th, they maybe could achieve that goal.
If Israel was to give up its undeclared nuclear weapons, do you believe Iran would actually give up its goals?
We don't, we're talking about power. We don't have to act on faith. There's not a question here of acting on faith. Everybody's now quoting the IAEA, right? They're saying the IAEA said Iran was cheating on some of the aspects of its nuclear weapons program, okay? Well, if you're quoting it, then you must believe the inspections work. You must believe the IAEA is competent to carry out the inspections. So then, what's the problem? It's not an act of faith, an act of trust. Were the inspectors correct about Iraq before 2003 when they said Iraq had no nuclear weapons? There were no weapons of mass destruction? Were the inspectors correct? Well, it turns out they were. So that means the inspections can work and do work, in which case it's not a question of trusting Iran. Speaking of trust, do you have any concept of how Israel acquired its nuclear weapons? Was it by acts of good faith and trust? There's a book by Yaniv Cohen called The Bomb. An Israeli wrote it, okay? And he describes in excruciating detail all the chicanery, all the spying, all the crookedness that Israel engaged in order to acquire the bomb. So it's not as if Israel's record is clean and we can trust it any more than we can trust Iran. I don't believe you can trust any state.
So I'm going to ask you, Professor, what do you think Iran would do with a nuclear weapon if it had one?
I think it would use it as a deterrent because I don't think it's a suicidal state. It knows fully well that if it were ever to use the nuclear weapon, it would be incinerated in the blink of an eye. The United States was, for its own interest, it was very happy to see Israel annihilate Gaza, so it transmits the message. If you get any idea in your head about a military option against Israel, look at Gaza or what's left of Gaza. Israelis are probably the most polled people on earth. You know, every morning we have to know what Israelis think, you know. It's so important to the future of humanity to know every morning whether an Israeli had one egg or two eggs, whether it was a boiled egg or an omelet. You know, everything about Israelis are polled because they're so important. So what did the polls show? The polls show for 20 months among Israeli Jews, 95% believed that Israel was using too little force or enough force in Gaza. About 5% thought Israel was using too much force. Okay? A poll about a month ago showed that one half of Israelis, 47%, one half of Israeli Jews believed that Israel should commit a genocide in Gaza. There is no ambiguity about the question. We don't have to go to a dictionary and parse the definition of genocide. The question that was put to Israeli Jews was, do you believe that when the IDF conquers a city, it should kill everybody in the city? That was the question. Do you believe that if the IDF conquers a city, it should kill everybody in the city? 47% of Israeli Jews answered yes to that question. Another poll about 2 to 3 weeks ago, it asked the question, do you believe there are any innocents, civilians in Gaza, civilian innocents in Gaza? The poll was taken of all Israelis, including Arab Israelis. 63% said no, there are no innocents in Gaza. If you eliminate the Arab component, it's about 70% say there are no innocents in Gaza, which means the army can kill everyone. The opposition leader in Israel said, quote, our IDF killed children as a hobby. He was the head of the opposition, Golan. He said, everybody knows that. Remember, Israel has a citizen army. A citizen army in principle is a good thing. It means everybody should have to bear the burden of putting their life on the line to defend the country's independence and so forth. That's in principle correct. You know, in our country, only poor people do that. We don't have a conscript army. So it's a good thing, I think, that everybody should have to bear the burden of sacrificing his or her life to defend the country. But there's an underside. The underside is, if you have an army that's representative of the whole population, okay? It's a citizen army, and that army is committing genocide. That means a representative sample of Israeli society is committing genocide. Israel per capita has the highest usage of the web on our planet of any country in the world. They didn't see those starving images. They don't see the kids huddled with the pots begging for food. They don't see it. Is that plausible? Is that believable? Is that credible? Of course they know. The International Criminal Court has indicted Israel on charges of not genocide, but various war crimes, in particular using starvation as a weapon of war. Whether they will be prosecuted, I would say the answer is, the likelihood is zero. It took Karim Khan long enough to file the charges, and I can't see it. The ICC is not a court. The ICC is simply a International Criminal Court is simply a contrivance of the West to prosecute and keep in line non-Western countries. For a long time, the ICC was called the International Caucasian Court.
Donald Trump has said he doesn't want regime change in Iran now because he doesn't want to see everything turning to chaos. I guess regime change in the region, many people have a lens on that from the past with everything from, attempts with Syria, Iraq and so on. Regime change hasn't got a good record in the Middle East, has it?
It's hard for me to assess that. First of all, I hate euphemisms. It's not regime change. You're overthrowing a government. Let's be honest. Regime change sounds so sanitary. You're engaged in the illegal, the most gross breach of the UN Charter when you carry on in this way, and we should be honest about it. It takes Kofi Annan. It took him a very long time. I think he was out of office already. Kofi Annan, again for the listeners, because time flies, he was the Secretary General of the UN during the U.S. invasion of Iraq. And he finally came out, I think when he was already retired, and said it was an illegal war. He wouldn't say it while it was actually going on.
Just difficult for him to do so.
Yeah. Well, if it's difficult for you to do so, Mahatma Gandhi famously said, the most powerful word in the English language is no. You could have just stepped down. If you stay silent, nobody is putting a gun to Mr. Kofi Annan's head. Nobody was putting a gun to the IAEA head when he stayed silent that there was no evidence that Iran was engaged in a program to build nuclear weapons. So I don't accept it was hard. You always have the option to step down and not do dirty work by your silence. You have the option. In any event, I don't like this sanitary language like regime change. You are in grotesque, brazen, outrageous breach of the UN Charter. And we should just say that out loud. It's not regime change. It's overthrowing a government. Its record, I think, do many people care that Libya was destroyed as a country? Do many people care that Syria was destroyed as a country? Do many people, people in power, do they really care that Iraq was destroyed as a country? I don't think they give a darn.
Is the world bowing down to Donald Trump? It seems, he was at NATO, and the NATO Secretary General, the Dutch head of NATO, current head of NATO, referred to him as daddy, coming in to solve two arguing, two fighting siblings, perhaps, with Iran and Israel. The references to him as daddy and the kind of nature and the way people are very keen to keep him happy, to assuage his concerns. Is the world bowing to Donald Trump?
Look, he's an erratic figure. He's an eccentric figure. It's very difficult to... he's a narcissist. And And so everything is contingent on his ego. Mr. Trump is not going to tell Israel to end its settlements. It's not going to tell Israel to give up control of East Jerusalem. The Palestinians might be forced to accept a rump state. That's possible. But a state that has any substance, no, I think that's good. But that's true of every administration. It was never going to happen. Look, Trump is a menace. I'm not going to deny that. Trump is a menace. But let's remember the facts. Who presided over the genocide in Gaza? Was it Donald Trump? Where was 90% of the death and 90% of the destruction? Did that occur under Donald Trump? The assaults on academic freedom in our country, the crushing of the encampments, the threatened deportations at the time, did that occur under Donald Trump? When 3 presidents of Ivy League universities were toppled, ousted, because they were insufficiently repressive of the encampments, did that occur under Donald Trump? When Claudine Gay was removed from Harvard, when McGill was removed from the University of Pennsylvania, when Shafiq was removed from Columbia, did that occur under Donald Trump? This idea that somehow he represents a new phenomenon. Yeah, there are elements of him. You know, you can imagine Barack Obama. He used to read the morning briefings. You know, the intelligence community gave the morning briefings, okay? You can imagine Biden. He didn't read them because he didn't have the mental competence, but you would imagine that Tony Blinken, read them. In the Trump administration, Rubio reading them? No. Trump reading them? Forget it. Obama, he read the daily briefings. Obama was never interested in politics. It was just pure narcissism. That's why Obama and Trump don't get along. It's what Freud called the narcissism of small differences. They're mirror images of each other. They're both just stupendous narcissists, Obama and Trump. But Obama read the daily briefing. Trump, nothing. But there is a question. Do you prefer, in that Oval Office, somebody who's hyper-competent or hyper-incompetent? I'm not sure which I prefer. I'm sure Tony Blinken was very efficient, very competent, very knowledgeable. And you know what? He was a moral monster. He was a moral monster. So do I prefer a Trump to a Blinken? Or a Blinken to a Trump? I don't know. I don't know if I want somebody hyper-competent or incompetent in office. But you say, it's true, Trump is so erratic that you can't really predict what he'll do. It's true.
Even he says he doesn't know what he's going to do.
Yeah.
I'm old school, so in the interest of journalistic sanctity, I have to point out your views. Your very strong views on people that you've mentioned are your views, okay. Which is fair enough.
Is there anybody in this room who believes that a large number of politicians and people in power are crooks?
Well,
is there anyone who doesn't believe it? Raise your hand.
Like I say,
I don't see any hands raised.
Look, I'm old school, so I have to always. My opinions don't come into this, so I really am very clear about letting you speak. But I do point out that these are your views and they're very strong. And it makes me wonder, how have you been allowed to speak out in such a cutting way for so long?
Well, easy. Nobody listens.
Or maybe everyone listens, but no one seems to challenge you to the degree that, I mean, why has there not been a stronger kind of, and I'm just asking your opinion, campaign against you for speaking out to Israel? Most people who, you know, might be in your position.
Khan.
Please, Riz.
Riz, brace yourself. I never had a job. I never had a job. I wrote the only book, Political History of Gaza. I wrote the only one, Gaza, An Inquest into Its Martyrdom. The only one, the only scholarly book on the subject. There is, in respect, Sarah Roy of Harvard, she wrote the major economic study of Gaza. The only scholarly political history of Gaza was written by me. It came out from University of California Press. It's a distinguished publishing house, okay, academic publishing house. It's never been mentioned anywhere. I don't, even in like the radical chic places like London Review of Books, or the cool woke places like the New Yorker magazine, you will not, if you do a search, you will not find one mention of that book anywhere. And you know what? I'm going to toot my own horn. It's a damn good book. Professor Chomsky said, in terms of its range, its sweep, its depth, its analysis, he said it's in a class all its own. I have a roof over my head. I have food in my refrigerator. I don't fear usually for my life. So I didn't pay that price. But I said by conventional standards, I paid a large price. I have a PhD. I'm not trying to toot my horn. I'm just speaking objectively. I have a PhD from Princeton University. I was never able to get a job.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.